Smith, you know, King James English. Today on this lovely Monday, December 29th, 2025, the last Monday of the year, the last start of the Julius week. You know how this shit go. But the last one of the year. Wow. We made it. If you hear the sound of my voice, you made it. Proud of you. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the video. Support the sport. Links in the description. You know how we are. But we made it to the last Monday of the year, man. And I just wanted to go live just to say that. I mean, the video is over. Um, you know what we're about. I was writing things down, but these dry erase markers self-delete too easily. Never mind. It's a hell of a year. It's been a hell of a year. Thank you guys for checking out the videos. I didn't get a lot of comments. A lot of people didn't say too much to me this year. I mean, just in general. Not that they had to, but I noticed it. It was very loud. Everyone was quiet this year. I probably talked to like less than a dozen people all year. It's my quietest year. You know, I talk a lot on these streams, but you know, I don't experience no one else. So it's kind of like one of those psychological thrillers for me. But yeah, 2025, we made it. We made it to the end of the, like, if you just look at weeks, this is the last one. This is the last one of 2025. Just stay woke out there. It's the last Monday, so. And I know how 2025 was on the other Mondays. I got journals and stuff, so I think that's a big deal. Some people will blame it on certain zodiac signs. I like to explore that because, you know, when life has you fucked up, you need to know how many degrees of life have you fucked up. And I looked, and life had me fucked up, people had me fucked up, time had me fucked up. I feel like the divine had me fucked up, you know, because they always sign you up for like strongest warrior projects. You never consented. And but that what I found that had me fucked up the mostest was Saturn. And I'll talk about that for a little bit. For a lot of people who don't believe in horoscopes and astrology and birth charts, trust me, I understand it. It's like anything. Even in music production space, there's a lot of people who hype shit up and act like, you know, they understand the process and they're serious, but they're really just doing it to grift. You know what I mean? That's going to exist in every human endeavor. It's a survival tactic. But the subject itself. Saturn went into Pisces at the beginning of 2023. And it stayed in that funky ass alignment the past 3 years in a row. So, you know, I'm like, oh shit, nigga. That's when it started. Let me take a look real quick. At the beginning of 2023, this bitch pulled up. This funky ass pulled up at the beginning of 23. Hold on. I got most of 2021 and 2022 in this book. 2023 began 2023 is sus because I ain't got a book for that. Here we go. March 2023. Trapping E6, you know, for viewer context. I was around that time. I was getting friend zoned. Hold on, that's fun. That's always fun. The crazy girl in Oklahoma and her husband got together on that Christmas, but then she wanted to remind me of that 3 months later for some reason. Mind you, I never met her, so it wasn't one of those stories, but it was dramatic. Women love to make shit dramatic at a distance. It's weird. Let me see, Saturn starting to go other ways. AI is blowing up. You were there. All right. A whole bunch of feelings here, man. I just noticed a whole bunch of feelings starting in this bitch. The beginning of 2023. Fucking Saturn with the Pisces. Feelings, like, god damn. Yeah, 2023 just came and went, cause goddamn, I got an entry in there from 2024. I ain't got a whole bunch of 2023 entries for whatever reason. 2023, I was like, fuck it. I said, fuck it. I wrote like once every other month in 2023. What happened this time in 2023? What the fuck's going on? Some girl upset at me for not bringing up something during a call. I'm about to move, or I want to. I'm unpacking the degrees I notice in narcissistic rhetoric. It's the same fucking story, man. That whole narcissism wave is Saturn and Pisces, by the way. Why there's such a group awareness of it, it is what that is. That's when it started. Anyway, I fucking say that to say, what a year. What a fucking year. Because when you stacked on a year of restrictions, that's like saying Saturn times Saturn. I don't know if y'all caught that. Saturn is, I'm going to say this, and I hope I don't lose nobody, but Saturn is God. God of the Old Testament. In this degree only. I don't want to upset nobody's Sunday church, okay? But I want you to think about it as a filter, at least. It'll help you understand what the ancestors were really doing with these things. It'll help you read tarot cards and life better, too, if you understood where it came from better. But it came from Saturn, Jehovah, discipline, rules, laws, do as I say, not as I do. As a father, though. Not as a leader, not as a captain, not as a friend, not as a husband, none of those degrees that we are familiar with. It's discipline as your father. Raise your child in the way they shall go early, so when they're older, they shall not depart from those ways. Because everyone's going to have their hero's journey, or fool's journey, or magician's journey. Everyone. Some people skip that phase early and then revisit it later. You see how the men freak out in a midlife crisis, start dating younger blondes and shit, because they skipped all that player shit in college or whatever. They got serious early and then pan out, right? So it's always going to show up. But after that, whatever you received during those darker times, or no, I don't even look at it as darkness no more. I look at it as gravity. And that helps me, because I don't think any of my past was bad or good. I think it was. I could talk about it from both, though. But what was happening was gravity. And my weak ass having to get stronger because gravity was stronger. And I didn't ask gravity to turn up. And gravity didn't fucking ask me whether or not I wanted to be comfortable. Gravity got turned up. And then you make the decision. And you notice it in your life when the gravity gets heavy. It might get heavy in finances. It might get heavy in health. It might get heavy in your relationship. Gravity just turn up on you at different spots. Little sweet spots. So you be chilling. You be chilling one day. And as soon as you have a fucking thought that, you know what? Life. Chilling. Finally. Bow. Out of nowhere, right? Gravity says, turn up. Like, all that. That's not random. And if you're not careful, some religions and dogmas will have you feel like you're being punished. And I was like, not if we're invoking Satan or Saturn or Jehovah. Because that energy in these degrees show up in your life as your father. Not as like a white, not the white man, not the cops, not the judge. No, your father. Imagining your dad's the devil in the archetype. Yes. Prodigal son. Strong story about that. In the same book, by the way. Don't get lost. What happened? Young boys like, fuck it. Like most second-born boys do. Just fuck it, I'm gonna do it my own way. That's like, you think you're grown. Do it your own way. Low key, though, that's what dad did. They never knew their dad when he did that. So, you see how these stories go. So dad's washed up. And he knows his son's gonna do the same goofy shit he did. But he had already prepared them as men, as kids, the ways they ought to go. And where did that son end up going? Back home. Whatever his father installed in him in the beginning, and some of the same shit that made him leave, he had to do the same science and go, the safest bet at this point in my life is to go back home. Save face and everything, because his dad made him feel safe enough. Even though he didn't like being around him, he didn't want to follow the rules and do all the shit, blah, blah, discipline, Saturn. But at the end of Saturn, at the end of the day, what did Saturn do when he came back home? He got this nigga clean, he got him a robe, he got him a ring, he threw the nigga a feast. And he got Mr. Goody 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 there, his big brother, You know how the big ones are dedicated to God. I mean, we don't choose. And he's like, yo, you just want to let him come back all willy nilly with all these tattoos and markings, and we heard about him putting shit on your name, getting away, getting in and out of trouble and shit. He got mad kids and bitches out there. You don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, big bro's like, yo, I help mama, get the water in the morning. Like, he like that. I've been here the whole time. Where you been? Having fun, doing what you wanted to do. Outside of Saturn's direct influence. Right? And you're familiar with that story just in school or friends or little kid dynamics. You see, but the Bible wrote it first. Can you imagine? Same story. But Saturn then rewards you, right? Because Saturn is disciplining you like that because it knows what life is. It knows. See, it's not optional discipline either. It's not even like a life sucks or things happen this way for some other arbitrary reason because there's a God and devil going on. Energetically, maybe. But that's not quite it, right? We're looking at it way too human, I think. But be it as it may that we're humans, um, it's not discipline for no reason. It's not vanity. It's not vain discipline. It's not discipline because other people are gonna make things look bad and are fucked up, and you have to be good. And if you're not good, you're gonna get punished. But if they're not good, don't worry about it. Mind your business. Like, it feels militant, but that's not what it is. That's what it feels like. Fuck your feelings. It's discipline because it knows if you don't get that world is going to eat you up as soon as you walk off of the plantation. For if you send me out there, I will surely die. You understand? That's the first time. That's on page 1. That's on page 1. As soon as they leave the garden, I will surely die. And OG was like, you know what? Let me mark you. They call that the mark of Cain, right? Ooh, evil, demonic. Ooh, bad guy. Nah, that nigga was a bitch. Think about it. Do science one more time. Big and bold enough to kill his brother. But when it's time to come out and he can just go willy-nilly now, fuck, as soon as you get angry, you fucking narc kill anybody. You're like, oh no, I don't know. I don't think I got it like that. It's a sign of fear. The mark of Cain is fear. I know. I grew up in the hood nigga section. It's clear to see sometimes. But anyway, and that's what Saturn is. I think one of its moons is what? Phobos? Phobos means fear. Yeah, fear. To fear the Lord. You understand? You see where this is going. It's all going to add up because it's a math problem. Stars are math problems. But fear. If you endured Saturn for the past 3 years, you have interfaced with your fears. You understand everything? That's a different type of thing. That's not whether you're good or bad, you're smart or dumb, fat or skinny. No. Fear is like the one thing you can't see. You can't see no one's fear ratings. Don't matter what they look like. You don't know. Everyone ain't fear tested. Fear brings out some really weird, fucked up shit out of humans, bro. Like, people who can't manage fear, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Half the drama people go through is because fear-induced psychosis, fear-induced paranoia, fear-induced paranoia. So what Saturn does is that it conditions you so that when shit really do get scary, you know which way to go. It's protecting you in advance. It's pre-downloading the pain now when shit's light. So when shit get real and it's your turn, you don't fall apart. So there's a missing part of that equation because if it happened to you, a harder life in the beginning, it intonates that it was preparing you for a totally different life to begin with. It's not a consequence of you going through that. No, your consequences are a consequence of that's what your purpose was the whole time. You feel me? It's different. Some people feel like, you chose something. I don't. I don't believe that. I think we have micro choices, but I think the overall theme or direction of your life, nah, that's it set into. Someone wrote it in the book somewhere. I'm almost certain of it. Holographic nature, simulation or not. You know how it is. They put the waypoints for the quest. You could be Franklin. You could be Michael. It don't matter. You beating the game the same way, same ending. Stop fucking playing with me. So Saturn though. Saturn takes a liking to your goofy ass. The thing known as Saturn, Satan, the devil, that plays to your fears, that plays to your vices, is preparing you for this world amongst people who are not. I would say today in human speak, the most evil people lack the most Saturnian influences for it to be so satanic and all this stupid shit they call it. I know they're flipping variables and degrees and made it their own. But I'm talking about like our ancestors. These are not our ancestors. So Saturn, Saturn, Sabbateans, Sabé, Sabi, Sobek, Holyoke, same story. It's Saturn, it's Saturnites, it's Saturn, the whole thing, the whole thing, the whole story. It's all Saturn. It's all Saturn. I need everyone here to know that. That's a human. They say it's a sun god religion. It's a Saturnite religion. But that would make Saturn a sun, though. And that's where shit gets weird with NASA. So the bad guy is your father testing you. But you gotta look at it like if a father's looking at his son like himself, like, I'm not raising no bitch ass nigga. It's a different story than, your neighbor, your brother, or some other dude you meet from another clan or tribe or whatever. No, my son is different. I'm always gonna treat my son different than any other person or male I meet in human history. Because my son is gonna have to beat me. And I don't mean physically, I mean psychologically, emotionally, mentally. He's gonna have to beat me at something. So I can't afford, you know what I'm saying? My son has I know my life is tough. And by the grace of the heavens, maybe his won't be. But again, this pattern will emerge. Whether it's 13 generations from now, or 7, or 4, or his grandson. You gotta let him know something. Ain't none of this shit sweet for real, bro. And the suburbs are not. Ain't none of this shit sweet. Ain't none of it sweet. No one gives a fuck about you for real. Until they do. As long as they do. Until they don't. You can't be out here willy-nilly believing shit, Pisces. Because someone said it, Pisces. Because it felt good, Pisces. Because it caused you to imagine, hallucinate, Pisces. There's just certain rules and laws you just ought to fucking know. You will have a calculator in your pocket, but I still need you to understand. Y is Y equals MX plus B. Saturn is math, dog. Like, it's Saturn. All of it is. All of it's Satan. Satan's not a faggot, though. Just make sure you gotta understand they added something to the story that didn't make sense. So they play musical chairs. They made the Pope God, so it's a God out the way. They made Saturn, the Israelite God, the bad guy, because they're going to name it Sarah's sons. Do science. Easy, don't miss it. And then their God disappears, but they'll tell you all this is based on sun religion. Cool. Who's the god of sun religions? Zeus, Jupiter, Ptah, Hakupta, Egypt. Here we go. Here we go. Nothing changed. You get Zeus. It's no J in Hebrew, but you get Jesus. You get Jesus right there. So you get the lightning and thunder god. Ain't that how Moses described it? I know something. The lightning and thunder god has a son. We're assuming from Moses, the thunder god, and the thunder god had a son, right? We didn't change the name yet. And then the thunder god's son is Jesus. Isa, Eshu. It's justice in so many degrees. And that's what this world needs. Hence, correspondence. So justice, Zeus, Jesus. The extra syllable means it's a descendant or a modification of Zeus. So Zeus' son, he's half Zeus. So that would give us Hercules. So Jesus of our book, using the patina of Greco-Roman structuring, which it seemed to have followed, is structuring Hercules and Jesus in the same degree. And what's beautiful about that idea, that's a demigod, is that the Bible starts with demigods. So it's not far out there by the time we get to the New Testament and Romans. It's not far out there. It started like that. It started with demigods. That's why the earth was flooded. The earth was flooded. And I think Hercules and Zeus have a similar story. On Xena Warrior Princess, they do. On Skyrim Oblivion, they do. I swear to God, they keep telling this same fucking story over and over and over again. There's someone tell you it's about niggas. And that's okay. I'm here as niggas telling you it's about niggas. It's our story. Now check it. So if you get Hercules, you get Mercury, and we right there, ain't we? We got Saturn, bad guy, evil, ooh. You got Zeus, God, lightning god, thunder god, the god, boom, speaks, thunder, lightning, manifested. Cool story. Cool story. Then he has a son, half size, Mercury. What about Mars, though? If your father the devil, I know something's going on now. Oh man, you have brothers who have the same father, and you got brothers who just have the same mother now. On Abraham. So you're talking about Saturn's kid, or Jupiter's kid, or Mercury's kid? Which one is it now? It's been years. It's been generations. It's been books. It's been religions. It's been ages. It's been floods. Whose kid is it now? So then you understand everything. Why they like you can just code switch all those books, and they're individual books. They weren't written with each other in mind, but they're talking about the same subject, which is why it's impressive for all this time. They not knowing each other still landed the same functions in math. So it speaks to their traditions and their heritage and their community. It's very impressive they maintained consistent syntax across hundreds of years. I don't think it was thousands. Whatever the case. These guys are talking about a pantheon of the same story. Saturn, the father of Jupiter. Jupiter, the father of Mercury. Mercury, the father of whatever the current era, epoch, variables may become 6,000 years from now. Fuck if we know. But something like that. I have a feeling it's in the calendar already. Mercury had miraculous or miracle. So Justice had a child with Liberty. And they had a child, and that's miracle, miraculous. Wednesday. Because it's not Sunday, and it's not Saturday. Sabbath. So it's not dad, it's not granddad, it's not dad. You get it? It's right there in front of us. It's right there. We're in the third or fourth generation of the Roman Greco Olympus descendants. By now. When we read about it, no, that's another generation. But today, us reading about it, we're fourth generation of that. Ivy. Yeah, I'm almost certain of it. From the timeline of the stories. Not the timeline of humanity. I don't know how long humanoids have existed. I'm just talking about pantheons, like why things are the way they are while we are alive right now, today, and it's us that are alive dealing with it, because it's our shit. We're the fourth generation of that. We're the fourth generation of our shit, basically, by now. So, that's all. And it's all Saturn. It's all Saturnalia. Christmas, Saturnalia, yes. The thing that makes it weird is when you throw in all the hidden demonic occults and homosexual rituals, and they took over. So it's like hip-hop samples. You know how it is. You forget the original jazz song. You think it's just dead presidents. No, it's Lonnie listening. But you understand. So it's like, same story. Just done on text. And no one's checking for it. But we have to, because it's us. You know, I think we're born with it. It's not even like, it's not a flex. It's like, we're going to find something wrong with everything if it's a derivative work of something that was once sacred. It's just sacred. Don't mean nothing outside of that. Why would you take something sacred and flip it and do this? That's what's crooked. Fuck whether or not I believe or follow it. It wasn't yours to take. Justice. So, liberty. It's all in us, man. They call that shit Islam there. But it's from a long time ago. It's before we called it that name. That's Saturn. That book is about a timeline of our people dealing with Saturn. And the payout was the keys to all the kingdoms. But you know you're reading an astrological, astronomical story, so you know they're not talking about sandcastles. But if you take control of the other kingdoms, then theoretically you would also, by proxy, take control of the sandcastles too. So when people do their little hero's journey for the sandcastle, they miss something. Nah, that whole book is talking about sky castles. It's talking about mind castles. It's talking about being studied and approved to be able to interface with any energy, any spirit, any phenomenon down here. Why? Because you're made in God's image. Like it starts like that. Like that's different. It's not like a deer or a squirrel. It's something cool that God created, just as special, made out of God too, because God's everything. I mean, but degree-wise, like your image of something that a human considers a God, right? And you just keep it there. You ain't gotta go no higher than that. Just stick with that. Like something that's able to create a whole civilization, like you versus that. While you also hold the potential to create a whole civilization too, man. But you know, there's a lot that goes into that. But imagine God did all of that and did it. And you can see how tall that mountain is, right? But you created in that image of what that mountain is, as on earth as it is in heaven. That will only be possible if you're compatible with such shenanigans. How would you bring heaven on earth if you've never been to heaven in this vessel, man? But the parameters suggest that you can. Absolutely do. You got religions and wars and stupid ass people to this day thinking they can. Just the thought. We know they ain't got no fucking proof. But if you can bring heaven down to earth and heaven is inside, then what are they really saying? Oh, you're 3D printing in the realm the images and concepts that you hold dearly in your mind. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. That's all Saturn, dude. Saturn is teaching them how to think. Playing to your lower nature, sacral chakra, lust, and all that animalistic side of us. Very important sides, by the way. But unchecked, you see what happens. You get the fucking United States. But the devil's a damn lie. These people talk about the devil makes them do these things. It's like, no, you went to do these things. Because it's weird to me. I'm talking about the thought pattern that causes people to talk this way. God is God. In everyone's dictionary of things. How come God don't make you do things? But it's always the devil making you do the wrong thing. If the devil can make you do the wrong thing, why can't God make you do the good thing? Why can't you make yourself do the good thing for God's sake? Let's start there. But when it comes to all the other things that go the wrong way, and it's like, oh, the devil, energy, demons, bad influences. Well, usually talk about people. Right? Very devilish people. I noticed something. We humans made up these concepts. Ought to be. So, that's not the devil. Then the devil's not Saturn. It gets complicated, I know. But if you invoke Saturn, Satan, Sabbath, you're invoking a god. You're not invoking a demon. You're not invoking someone who got kicked out of heaven. You're not invoking you're not invoking none of the little homies. You're invoking big homie. Fuck what side he on. Like, you understand? No disrespect to anyone's belief or faith, but you gotta understand like the degree of Saturn. Saturn's his own degree. He's not You understand? He's not like the other characters. He's not like Bel the Dragon. He's not an idol that an Israelite created. Like, nah, Saturn's before we are. You understand? Like, if you understand degrees correctly, like Saturn's concept exists before us. So, you know what I'm saying? The shit that we deal with on a demonic level is adjusted to what we are. You feel me? He's not. He has nothing to do with what we. You know, he has nothing to do with what we are. Like that's not how that goes. We did not influence Saturn. Saturn influences us. All degrees, all religions, all scales. Like, you understand? You can cast demons out and put them in the pigs and tell them to go fucking drown themselves. These things and more, by the way. But when it comes to Saturn, nah, no one. I haven't seen anyone get sassy with Saturn. What's the story? The only way Jupiter only exists because Saturn's baby mama tricked him. Like, these women, dog, always up to something. Saturn knew what he was doing. You understand? You understand? Saturn knew what he was doing. Saturn was there before Jupiter and Zeus. So I think Saturn knows what's going on at all times. In our story, if you start our story with humans, and then you get to appreciate like how deep Saturn is. It's not just Saturn's good or bad or big or small. No. It's the age of his reference point in everyone's sun cult. Saturn is the first sun. So if it's a sun cult or a sun god, then Saturn's the first god to these humans on Europa in this demonstration. Like, I'm not speaking to the whole universe, multiverse, galaxy. I don't. Trust me. I have no fucking clue. But here, all these stories, what they're telling you, like their first son was Saturn. That's it. He had kids. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Go forth and multiply. If he didn't do it himself, his only begotten son, I imagine. Now, his only begotten son, did he have sons and daughters after that? We ain't got that book, no. Tough. We must be living in it. They say, ain't write the New Testament until the nigga was gone for 100 years, whatever year that was. Anyway, so here we are. Yeah, man. So Saturn, Sabbath, all that stuff is in its original form is way more important than any other character since, I think. For it to last that long, for it to persist through time for as much as it does, like Jehovah, Saturn, discipline, is the core of all human civilizations. The laws of Moses, all of it, it's its core. It's the fundamental operating system for organized consciousnesses. Other stories about you by yourself, dealing in the world. Saturn stuff is like, nah. Y'all too willy-nilly. We're gonna run some order through this bitch. And no matter what crazy concept or ideas or flavors you have, as long as you add it to this, it's gonna find level. Because that's what this is. That's what this part of life is. If you've had a rough life, is that it's preparing you, it's refining you. Potter's touch. What happens is with a lot of us, sadly, we give up too early. Easy stories. We give up too early. Check out too early. Make the wrong decision too early. You know, sacrifice or bend the knees to the wrong people too early. And even when those lessons pass by and they're older, you know, they're not in the same vigor or energy for, you know, a comeback story at that point. So that's where your free will is. Free will isn't like choosing what's going to happen to you. Free will is choosing how you're going to respond. Life's just going to throw shit at you. Your will to live is going to dictate how you ought to respond. And then your parents and your neighborhood and your environment hopefully prepared you for different variations of how to respond, but, you know, some of us miss it. And then Saturn shows up and bullies you into conditioning. So that was since the beginning of 2023, and it stops within the next 30 to 60 days. So we're tapering out of that intensity of Saturn in our life. If you've been affected specifically the last three years. I'm a Saturnite to the end of the core. My birth chart hates me. I have to deal with Saturn no matter where it is. But the last 3 years especially, I could tell you something. I could tell you something. These last 3 years were different, boy. Different. Fuck the supernatural, spiritual, miracle shit. Just dealing with life, cost of life, the cost of energy to do certain things that you just can't do no more because it's too expensive energetically. Wasting time, all kinds of shit. Just whoa, shit not sticking, shit that should stick. You got all the core ingredients, and you bake that shit, and it's still soup. Like something went wrong. That was the last 3 years under Saturn and Pisces for you. It's just shattering all your fucking illusions. Oh, bitch, you thought that was gonna work. Oh, bitch, you thought A plus B equals C. Nah. Let me remind you, right? Saturn stopped you from getting soft. I'm telling you, y'all better study Saturn, dog. They got you scared of the devil or Satan or something. They done borrowed too many words. Get back to the basics. Yeah, do the research on Saturn. The older, the better. Because when you turn 28-ish, what do they call that? When all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I was a kid, I was a fool, I went to school, I wanted to do these things, but now it's like, I'm almost 30, I don't know what's going on. I gotta go on this new journey. They call that a Saturn return, nigga. Specifically, that crux, the wall. Think about it. In Kevin Samuels speak, they said the women hit the wall at 28. You know what that is, right? It's not biological. It's astrological. It's Saturn return. That's why it's like that for them. I hate that we leave this out. It's so fucking weird. The more details, the better, I think. It's resolution, HD. And all the other shit you heard about it, and then add Saturn's degree. It's like, oh, that's why. Saturn ain't fucking playing with you. Jove is not playing with nobody. Have you noticed the tone of that? When they invoke that energy, it's like, oh, y'all think this is a democracy? The shit I created. Think I'm a democracy. Whoa, that's weird. It'd be narcissism if it wasn't true. I don't know what the fuck you call narcissism when the shit's all true. Narcissism only work if a nigga lying or gaslighting. When Saturn say it, it's true. Who gonna check Saturn? His wife? You don't know why she picked Saturn. Do the science. So yeah, it's deep like that. Saturn returns are deep like that, and you have a few of them. You have another one 28 years later in your 50s, and that's when most of these white men go through a midlife crisis. You can't miss this shit. You can't miss it. The motherfuckers miss it because they want to. They don't want to be Christians or Jews, but they want to be pagans. But you tell them about fucking astrology, and it's like, that's where they draw the line. That's for witches. What do you call your brand of wickedness? You're wasting the time of every future generation. You're the most evil generation of people to ever pre-exist to the future if you really do the science on this shit. They're not here yet, so, it's undecided, but, the way we're fucking going, think about all the suffering and dumb shit that the next 3 generations got to rebuild and refigure out just socially. Fuck the bombs and all the other dumb shit they're doing for Israel. Like, just think about, 6, 7, they don't have to recover from that shit, bro. That shit ain't cute. It never was, actually. It was just a niche, less than 10% of the population you can find on the internet. Meanwhile, outside in real life, my nigga, we lost that outside in real life aspect to our existence currently, I've noticed. So just imagine the kids. And it's like, shit, here goes Saturn again. So what I'm saying is, if you've had a hard life in this generation because of Saturn, you might find out that those people are the most reasonable people to deal with these days. Because we got our ass kicked before this turnaround, you feel me? It wasn't just being there. I know a lot of people who were there. They didn't pick up on a lot of these degrees there. But I was getting my ass kicked, feel me? I'll put that on Saturn's credit card. He owe me something. And that's the cool thing about Saturn. If you know what type of grandpa he is, he owe you something. And he good for it, too. And he good for it. That's the illest shit about it. And he good for it. You don't sell no false promises. They try to borrow that shit with their devil, right? You sell your soul, you get what you sold it for. Well, Saturn, you went through the fucking pain and You stood up and you put your chin up and you didn't curse or damn God. You didn't give up on yourself. And you keep going forward. Oh, yeah, Saturn got something for you. Oh, yeah, because Saturn does that to everybody. And most people fucking fail. Diddy and all of them, they failed. Epstein failed. Trump failed. And they had the worldly rewards, the kingdoms of Saturn. And they failed. And you see, they soft. Man, if they believe Satan is their God or whatever, he don't like them niggas. Saturn don't do soft. You understand? Like, Saturn's never lost a war. Like, you gotta understand something. You gotta understand that religion is written for military before it's written for people. But dog, keep that in mind, please. That's a military manual, by the way. That's a military they're talking about. The kingdoms of Israel is a military, nothing else. You don't see them talking about their clothes, their shoes, their diamonds. It's a mention of it for a priest or something. But no. Them people outside. Remember, Jesus said, yo, leave your swords. That means swords was a normal day for them niggas. And I need you to put your mind in the time frame in which a sword is normal for a nigga. That's them. Peter got pinpoint precision of chopping off niggas' ears. They've been using swords for a long fucking time, my dear. You don't know what kind of crazy flux that is. Peter took the nigga ear off because he's like, you didn't hear me? Take your fucking hands off of Jesus. And he got his ear, and the writer is telling you, like, these niggas is not regular niggas. The Son of God isn't the Son of God. Due degrees, law of correspondence, law of attraction. He is not walking around with 12 regular people. None of us do, actually. But he especially. Genghis was not walking around with 12 regular people. If you want to tell me if one of the regular people is a swordsman. And they're Afro-Asiatics now. He's Judah, he's copper colored, he's an Afro-Asiatic. We know the story, it's Genghis Khan. So you gotta think, like, now do Genghis Khan, Jesus, a black version of these things. It's sad that China even whitewashed us. But the black version of everyone's fucking story, right? That's the New Testament. That's right before the last samurais. That's exactly the time period. That's 1200s to 1500s. It's recent history on top of that. That's what Tartaria is. New Testament is Tartaria. Now look at our stupid asses now. I go 400 years into the future if we don't fucking do this Saturn thing and take it seriously. So anyway, there's a major influence of what our generation of people alive who lived through that version of Saturn, because it's not constant, right? Saturn in Pisces is not a constant. Thank God. It's 3 years, and then it's happens again. Maybe we'll be dead. That whole man. I don't know. We gotta see what technology gonna do, but maybe we'll be dead by the time it tries to do that bullshit again. So for all of you who made it, that was it. For those feelings, for those lessons, for that energy, for that self-affliction or that point of that refinery that you went through. It's a once in a lifetime type of thing. Thank God. Now it goes into Aries. Still Saturn though. Don't get it fucking twisted. Aries is more direct though. I think it's a fire sign. Have fun with that shit. I'm a fire sign. Have fun with that shit. Year of the fire horse. You see how it aligns with Saturn going into fire too. Don't miss it now. You gotta stack that shit. So all they're saying is 2026 is gonna be like this, but someone brought matches. So instead of waiting for things and everything's crawling and slow and rumors and interest rates and charts and very over time sine waves we've seen all year, right? Even in the stock bros, they didn't realize it yet because they don't do music enough for me. But they've been drawing sine waves all year. And I've been studying the shapes. I was like, have they noticed something? It feels oscillator and synthesizer. You understand what song they're making? I've noticed something. So 2026 is supposed to be that. And instead of looking at candles, you're looking at flames and fires. It's going to happen. It's going to be the tension is going to, it's combustible. It's going to be more instant. So shit's going to move faster. And you got to think about law of rhythm, that pendulum. Look how slow it slowed down everything this year. And then next year, within the next 60 to 90 days, set fire to the rain on that shit. So Venezuela, all that. Your personal life, all that. It's just that's what Saturn does. It's not punishing you for what you did before your punishment. It's preparing you for what's next. So if your life particularly sucks and that you can prove it's the influence of Saturn, then at least you know you're meant to live. If all those sets are preparations. You ain't gotta figure it out. You ain't gotta work it out. Oh shit. Oh, God is on this. Oh God, the divine is on my ass. Okay. All right. That's a 360 deal. Fear not. We watching. We doing something. How you gonna act? And that's all Saturn is. That's all Saturn's gonna ask you. When all this happens to you, how you gonna act? You gonna forget where you came from? All dimensions. You're weak. You're afraid. All right. Normal. Phobos. Normal. That's the point. And fear means what to you? That's the hardest lesson to learn as a man, let alone a human. But as a man, what the fuck fear got to do with me? And finding out that answer. And I'm talking about getting into it in a real way. I don't just say that. I know how heavy fear is. I've seen too many kinds of it. I've endured too many kinds of it. That's why I'm like, I get it. But still, afraid of ideas? Afraid of worries? Afraid of creating some fucked up shit that can be fear? Like, where's that coming from? Nigga, please. Saturn. Like, fear. Fear the Lord, nigga. Fuck. Fear. Vain imagination. What the fuck you entertaining fear for? Not even like because it's a bad thing, but because it's like, who are you? Is that a trait of you? No, not if you've been isolated by God, angels, or Saturn. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It don't. Fear stops making sense the older you get. If you've been influenced by Saturn, like if your life has been disciplined and shit ain't working out, you know how it is. I'm not talking about YNs. I'm talking about that kid that got to walk to school around YNs and survive and mind his business. And then have the YNs make sure no one else messes with him. I'm talking about for those people. You follow Saturn in such a way that all of the quote unquote dark negative energies, they change their polarity towards you. It's heavy. I've seen it in real life. It's a weird story when bad people pick you. You know, it's corresponding to Saturn because we made Saturn a bad guy. I don't know if Saturn's a bad guy, but we'll follow their story. Yeah, Saturn protects you. Yeah, Saturn protects you. Saturn protects you. Saturn isn't a willy-nilly like that. Nah, Sabbath, keep it holy. They didn't write a whole book about that for no reason, though. But these are warriors. Warriors who are defended by Jehovah. I'm pretty sure that's where we get Yahuwah, Yahudi, David, your vows, Yeaui, all that shit. All that says the same thing over and over again. It's Saturn. What does that mean? I don't know. It doesn't change anything about God, I don't think. It's just another filter for you to imagine those things. God will show you the rest, I'm telling you. Once you think you got that figured out, God will throw you another one like, yo, oh, you think that's cool? Wait until we fix these bag of wires. I'm at the point now, I was like, what's the point? I get it. God is real. Okay. Cool story. I've been like that over 30 years, by the way. I don't know if I needed any more proof, but, life is interesting. All right, now I'm doing AG, IB classes all over again. It's like I'm in school again. Because I realized, like, how much they missed. Like, I don't know what the fuck the Board of Education, those generations of thinkers and people, what they were trying to accomplish in their social program. But they fucked it up. And that's what I'm saying. In 2 or 3 generations, hey, it's us. And then 2 or 3 more is like, what the fuck? These niggas is not serious. I know. I'm sorry to the future. The AI and the people who find these videos in the future. We tried. No one listens to us. We don't have enough BBLs and Nike Techs. You have to be a fashionista in this generation for people to listen to you. It's not even being attractive. You have to be the best dress at the masquerade ball. On top of that, you have to be the best looking pretender. I don't know where they do that at. Who gonna beat me as myself? Pretending make me feel like someone out there gonna beat me. I think that's where I got the wires crossed. That's on me. Saturn ass life. But me having to like code switch or pretend or dress or be or that fake nice shit that people do with celebrities on the internet and their podcasts and stuff. Like, I'm naturally a nice, goofy person, so I don't have to put on that. But to put it on for the sake of makes me feel like the suggestion is that I'm weak. To suggest that I have to manipulate or modify myself to be in a room or in a conversation or in the presence of some other fucking person. And I'm the one that has to modify. They don't have to modify to me, right? And that'd be unreasonable. I don't even think like that. But certainly because I don't think like that, why would I need to watch what I say? Watch what I say what? I could talk about it. You disagree? Oh, you wouldn't be the first out of 8 billion people to disagree with me now. Like, so I need to change because I have the risk of running disagreeableness routine around these special people. Are they agreeable? No, they're not, because then I wouldn't have to worry at all. They're generally agreeable, there will be no disagreements. But so they're disagreeable people themselves. That's what the problem is, right? That's what the threats are. That's what you don't want to fuck up the bag because they're disagreeable. They might change their attitudes and do all the things that you want me to prepare not to do, but you're fully okay with them willy-nilly, emotionally unintelligent, running the risk of that on their behalf, the person that I'm bending the knee to. They don't have control of none of those shits, but I gotta be in control of it and show up for them. No, fuck you. The fuck are you talking about? Who gonna beat me though? Like, that helped me get through my life, the way my life was. Skip so many side quests and so many social humiliation rituals and pecking order farms and work spaces, environments. I just skipped the line on that shit. I don't give a fuck. And if you have a gift, you can see things. Like you can see beyond what people say. Shit, I see beyond what most of these people see, and especially when it comes to people. I can see people a different way, I guess. So other people don't see what I see in people, and thus, yeah. You're gonna listen to me one day. 6 months, you'll see it for yourself. Watch this. I'm like that. I can see. I can even give you the time sometimes. It's weird. I don't know where it comes from. It's automatic. Like, oh, okay. You guys are fucking pretending. All of you. You're pretending to like this person because that's what you gotta do to get closer to that side of fuel. You're pretending that this is cool because They're at the top seat of the thing that you want to do, and you think you have a chance. You're pretending because she's cute. Is she a freak though? Or she gonna be a cute bill? Like, use your mind, nigga. Like, oh, you're pretending because he has chains and jewelry, so he might be able to buy you some one day if he really likes you after sleeping with you all summer. Like, all the shit and trauma and the stupid ass shit people go through socially that we hear about the most is all onset by these people operating out of fear, but more so, they were pretending to even be in a position to have a fucked up situation. Like, that situation is uniquely present, and its outcomes and reactions were well documented now. But before we get there, you pretended in some area or another to even interface with these people. It's not these people's fault in that sense. Like, you remove the burden, like, and change it, or like, hold on. I subjected myself to these parameters and acted and walked into it thinking that I was special and get a different result. No, Cassie. Who's the dumbass? What are we talking about? Our whole society just copy and paste that game right there, and it's the weirdest thing to see. Your whole fucking life, and then you become the adult, and you see the adults older than me. I'm like, what have they been doing for the past 30 years? These motherfuckers are like kids. No, I get it. That's the trope. But I ain't what the fuck I asked. What the fuck have they been doing like kids for the past 30 years? They've been acting like me since I knew them. You understand what I'm saying? They met me at 15. They still act 15. It's been 30 years. Like, the fuck going on out here? Everything's masked by the charade of money and jobs and houses, but I'm talking about human to human, like, you can't tell. I can though, right? I don't know what I can tell them. Whatever it is, I can tell. It's like, oh, this soul, this spirit, this person is a child in a 60-year-old vessel. I cannot treat it like a 60-year-old. I have to treat it like what's in the vessel. But why I at my age, you understand? It creates all these different wobbly lines and blurred signals. Etiquette and respect and decorum is an idea from an old timeline when there's old types of people in the timeline. These are all new types of people. That shit ain't gonna work for none of these people. I promise you it won't. They don't have no discipline. They're missing Saturn. For sure. Saturn, and I'm talking purely energy frequency. Like, it's my thing. I got it. Tag, I'm fucking it. And the only thing that preserved me was that. That's the illest shit about it. I made it to this time period with the ICE and Trump and dictatorships and fake pandemics, but really real consequences. Like, I can only keep my head and my spirit up because of the lessons of Saturn, for real. I promise. My life was softer, as it ought to have been, as I wanted it to be. In fact, I'd be fucking devastated right now. I'd be like, life is life, and I couldn't even be myself, I don't think. And that's so fucked up. Because when you're going through shit like 10, 15, 20 years ago, you're like, oh, one day if. And then one day comes, and it's like, nah, everything with the shit since. You feel me? It's like you got skipped or something. Because you didn't get a chance to experience on either end, but at the same time, think about that. You didn't get a chance to experience what that loss is going to feel like, too. It saves you from so much pain, depending on how your mind is mapped. Some of that shit that slows you down or puts you on a different path actually saves a goofy ass. That's why it's hard to begin with. You're different. Saturn does that black sheep shit. That's all Saturn. Baphomet, get it. They trying to do it. They perverted it. But it's conceptually the same. On Capricorn. Functionally similar. Whatever. I'll figure it out. I got a few more years in me. I'll keep studying. I won't lock it down. We'll figure this out. Jonathan Lee's in the building. TBFB, salute to you and the higher royal tribe. We out here. Shout out to Jonathan Lee, support the support. Boom. Pin the message on a donkey. PT Cruising, yo. Shout out to you. AB65. We're on. Where you get that thing on your head? I want one. You talking about a Scully or a wave cap or a stocking cap? We get them from the. We always get them from the Koreans or Chinese, right? Is it Korean? Or is it Chinese? It's Koreans. It matters. But they switch up. The Koreans, I think, is the ones that went into the most. You get them from the Korean stores. The beauty supplies. Just look for the little Bow Wow do rags. They in the same area. You just look for the little Bow Wow and then get you some Jamaican hemp oil and castor oil too while you're there. And some black seed oil if they got it. And some African soap if they got it. And the oils. They got oils sometimes. And then that's where I buy all my fake earrings from too. The Koreans be holding me down for them. Shout out DJ Georgie Borgie, JPX, LTE, Performance, Chip, big pause, bro. What are we talking about, man? Slow down, man. Buy me a drink first. Composure Slim, PT Cruiser, makes sense. Peace, everyone. Peace, Gorilla Gospel 3. Kenneth Wolf says, weren't you outside of 7-Eleven another stream? I think I remember you. I don't, brother. I've been everywhere. I'm in Las Vegas. Sharon Art, what's good? Peace to the chat. Proverbs 1:7. No, I don't even know what that one is. Nobody, fear meter. It's all part of the process. Jonathan Lane 3. Peace. 7 Sounds. How you doing, my friends? DJ Georgie Porter says, I became a Gnostic. The real God ain't around. We trapped by shit false gods. That's interesting. I won't let you cook though. My Sagittarian has already come up with my prompt for all of that, but I'm gonna listen. I came to the conclusion that nothing can really justify this reality. Why must it be justified? Start there. Who said anything had to be justified? Who said anything had to be fair? Why would it be our ideals if it is? I start there and reverse engineer. 7 Sound says, what would you recommend one going to understand more about the purpose of the planet such as Saturn? Everything about it. Everything about it. That's the problem, I think, with everything, especially with the internet and wikis and how we've been for the last 10 plus years, is that we have a fact check mentality. And the fact checkers in history haven't been giving you facts. They've been giving you spin. They've been abusing polarities of words and playing stupid in a lot of their counter arguments, I've noticed, and people have borrowed that same syntax on social media and now podcast space. So if I tell you, for instance, Genghis Khan is a black guy, demonstrably, I have his picture and everything, but there was no such thing as black guys when he lived. He's older than the concept of black guys. So if it was today, you call him a black guy, but that's not what he is. And you take that fact, and I get the pictures, and I break it down, and all these things, and people will still go to the facts. Wiki, some website, some book, and they're going to see a paleo Asiatic. They're going to see a guy with long, straight, dead hair for a beard for some reason, copying barbers, but he didn't know any, right? Like, you got to understand the habits and control, culture, too. Not just the Fez material, but the fringe culture is all Israelite culture. So he's going to be a pale Asian dressed like an Israelite. And people will pivot everything they filter about reality through that story and through those people all the way for the rest of their life. And they'll keep doing that. And then when I make the claim, like the New Testament is that, their brain ain't going to update it and be like, oh no, his grandfather. They're going to be like, no, oh, you trying to say those guys, the Asians wrote the Bible. I'm like, see what I'm saying? If they don't If they won't switch that one block, the whole circuit's fucked up. And that's what we're going through now in all kinds of subtopics because of whitewashing just by itself. Like, just whitewashing something that's the root of a bigger circuit that's going to be used and borrowed later is crazy work. And like most people don't have holistic or enough reference points to be able to look at shit like that and take their time with it and go, if I change these variables to this and then the Bibles to that and then connect it, what does that look like? Screenshot. And then go back to the other thing that people are talking about, because then you can have conversations, because else you're alienated. So in order to be able to be that way, you have to be able to sample from everything about the thing itself. Like Genghis Khan, everything about it. Afroasiatics, everything about it. Jews, the fake ones, the new ones. I know it. They started being fake, but I do a few hundred years before that too, just in case it started as a co-op and it became something new. Same story. McDonald's, Wendy's, all of them do it. But Saturn's the same thing. You're gonna have to look at it like, all right, how has Disney been pimping it? Because that's gonna be everyone's mainstream reference. Like, all right, well, if there's some twist or some Talmud behind it, they flip polarities and variables. All right, can I detect what those are? Now, let's skip them. Let's jump into other cultures who talk about Saturn. All right, Egypt. What Egypt talking about Saturn? In any of its relevant degrees. Cool fucking story. What about these people who say they have like these texts that Brother Panic or someone might put you onto? The ones that are talking about Saturn. Like that niche, type of philosophy and connections because they traveled to Egypt and they talked to the person and they picked up on something different. What did they say? All right, and then now you got that. And then, all right, ChatGPT, easy, dead giveaway. What is this bullet points to give you a framework? What's it say? And once you're able to hold all of that information in your head and create these different models for yourself, that's what's important about Saturn or any subject that you expand your mind on. Because there is no answer. Or it's not like a hammer. It's not like that's absolutely this. That's absolutely how it works. Everything else is just ignorance, misinterpretation, or evil political bullshit that happened over time. But if you get this one, all of that is just wrong. It doesn't count. And the problem is all that other shit is what the general consensus is. The general consensus is always going to be all the wrong shit. So you kind of have to know all the wrong shit too. Because how are you going to bridge them over if you don't know where the reference point is? I know it's evil. Like the more intelligent, the more smart you get about something, the more you have to account for everyone else. It's like driving. The better driver you are, the better you drive for everyone else on the road too. If safety matters. So the same thing with information, same thing with study, same thing with going from academic, educated to erudite. And that whole hard switch right there is a whole different language model. It has a whole different set of rules. Like even when you get to a research level, like when they write their papers, they're writing it with the etymon in mind. They're not writing it with connotative linguistics. So you know what I'm saying? You know how they said it? You know how they added this word to the dictionary this year? Nah, they start with etymon. And that's almost an attempt to make it timeless. Right? So it's sort of function research over time and shit. Like, so no matter who reads this, if they know the etymons of these words, if they can read it, and they know what these words are supposed to mean in their inception, then they'll understand a closer quality signal to what my intent was in writing this, rather than talking about a subject. Most people say they don't know the difference. They don't know that there is a difference, in fact. So they'll go researching research material and then use connotative wheels, and then you see what I'm saying? It's too many parameters. It's too many opportunities for us to fail the landing of understanding something, even if we look it up, even if we study it. There's just too many different perspectives we inherit from this fuck shit society. We'll miss most of the shit anyway. So I say all of that to say, anything that speaks to you about Saturn is going to be it. I have a cheat code. Mine's a little bit different. but I trust it. I'm old enough to have, I can report back to you over 20 conscious years of this phenomenon. Let's turn the roles around, and I'm listening to you talk about Saturn, and I say to self, that resonates for some reason. I need to learn more about Saturn. Google a few things, Wiki a few things, ChatGPT a few things, check my Rolodex of references. You know, just taking the wires out. All right, what am I going to do with this? I don't know. I need to learn more about Saturn. Here goes these AI generated fuck shit ass videos. And what are these white people talking about? Why y'all always talking about integration? Man, all right. But I really want to learn about Saturn on the ancestors. What end up happening to me is I'll set that intention out there that I want to, like I desire to learn it. And because it's one of those type of things that is not like how I'm gonna pay my bills tomorrow, it'll just float. And within days, if not a week, it'll be like, boom, big deal, something, NASA posts a picture of Saturn or one of Saturn's moons. I go, let me read about those. What is that moon called? Oh, interesting fucking story. And then they'll go, such and such said something about Satan and the devil and the misunderstanding of the, and it's like, it's talking about Satan, but I know it's Saturn now, so, all right, that's a religious banter. These assholes still haven't figured it out yet. All right, but they're shifting their way on it. All right, and then serendipitously, if I go outside, I'll go past some type of little thrift store thing, Ross or whatever, and there's a book right there, like astrology. I flip the pages and there's a little excerpt about fucking Saturn right next to the fucking bundled deodorant and soap and shit. And there's a green sticker on this shit. I read about every astrology thing for women said about Saturn, and it might just glow. It might just make me think about that aspect or that variable differently. And then what I'm saying to you is what I'm trying to explain to you is why you have to be more lucid rather than fixed with this type of information. Is because everything I just described to you ain't got shit to do with answering the question about learning the root fundamentals of Saturn and the degree of Saturn. But everything I described to you is the degrees of Saturn. How it got into my life in all different ways and all different signs and confirmations and synchronicities is why it's important. Because until you understand that's important, I couldn't convey this to people. I couldn't give you what to look out for and so many other things had I not made that important to look at that way through the lens of. And that's what I'm saying. What the fuck's the point of telling a person what book or thing to read if they ain't got the lens on? All of this is more so showing modern day generations of humans who have lost something, obviously recipes or something, that you just gotta get the lenses on, bro. Because once you get the lenses on, you'll end up living your life different again. It's going to be like rebirth. It really is. It's like being born again in terms of your perspective. You're gonna have to like redo the way you see shit, like wearing glasses for everything, every subject, because it's not gonna go away. That's everything. All that phenomena. That's in 2 weeks of wondering about Saturn. Like I had 2 years to that shit, and you're gonna be like, why the fuck did I start learning this shit? I can tell you, I can almost pinpoint it. When I finally got my eyes on Benjamin Banneker's Almanac for myself. Always heard people refer to it. Always heard people give him credit for certain things and other things. I think they took a lot of his credits and launched it to Benjamin Franklin, by the way. But, the man designed DC in the White House. Like, we got to really imagine, like, real life, what really happened. But I saw it for myself. And I have the backdrop of all the black people I know in modern era in Christianity and churches. I'm like, oh, astrology, blah, blah, blah. But this brother here, allegedly half a slave, I don't know how that works out with his whole life of freedom, but in his freedom, in his square encompassing, in his designing, in his architecture, in the Big Ben clock over there, so he had a passport, I think, and things like that. But he found it proper. He found it important, in fact, to map the stars. And I just paused the tape right there. Like, forget that Harriet Tubman, Underground Railroad, Illuminati videos. scenarios real quick. Let's just think about Benjamin Banneker, the guy that's there. These white people alleged who find it fit to have African slaves to do their work for them in order to make a profit in someone else's land while killing Indians and framing them. Boston Tea Party. I seen everything. That guy, the black Indian guy. Then, all right, Benjamin Banneker. He's snapping the stars, and I know ain't no white people told him that. Well, his grandma knew. How he know? How he know? How he know? How he know? That should just fuck with me. Like, how did he know? Now, not whether or not he was smart or could or no. If the story is the story they told us in schools, how did he know any of that? Like, in the degree in which he did the stars, he's the first. He's United States history timeline first almanac person. He sent a copy to Thomas Jefferson, real life. That's right during the Barbary Wars, and it was a lot more than just the fucking almanac. Like, he was giving solutions to social issues. He identified the black kids outside, like, who were once in different gangs, if you will, and like what they need to do, and basically they need to stop wearing their flags because it keeps putting their mind in a time of war, and you know, you gotta interface with the other shape, like, oh, this is a former sub-Saharan African slave who has this depth, awareness, solutions, math, science, astronomy, astrology, all this shit. Big Ben, DC, like, whoever this nigga is or isn't, who the fuck, nigga? And I was like, it's this shit go way deeper than just some fucking astrology horoscope bullshit, bro. On Benjamin Banneker alone, this shit go way deeper than, you know, if you're having a good day or a bad day, or you're gonna get the job and be a boss baddie. I swear, dude, because none of those ideas existed when he was doing it. But the core energies and the influences, especially in agriculture, seasons, and weather, oh yeah, he had that shit locked down to like minutes, degrees, and weather patterns. Like, he one of them. I'm like, shit, it must be fucking serious. Years and years later, oh yeah, it is. We don't know what it is, so we don't know how serious it is. But we used to. That's the evil part about this shit. Like, that shit used to be normal. It's our culture. Not our religion. Shout to Sarah. James, if you could cast one spell for the rest of your life, which one would it be? Cast a spell? Why would I want to cast a spell for the rest of my life? That doesn't make any sense. This almost like if you can make one wish. I'm not Ray J enough for that question. If I can cast one spell. I don't know, some of the solutions to things, some ideas that would be an obvious polarity solution would cause problems in other areas. I'm gonna need another decade to think about that. Because I know the simple fixes to everything in our society is gonna upset something else. That's why we won't do them. It sounds good on paper if we just had this, or there was more of that or less of that, you know, fix the whole equation. It won't. They're learning that now, and all the fucking embezzling that went on in the federal government. The underworld's going through the same problem, especially all this money laundering being shut down and the paper money being stopped. You'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. Probably this year coming up, but I no longer use that filter of life. Like, if there's this one thing, one wish, one desire, like, life ain't about one thing. Wow, the limit is crazy to me. That original Aladdin story, that genie didn't have 3 wishes, so it's unlimited, man. That genie is your subconscious mind, by the way. If you haven't caught up on your Hebrew Israelite talks. Yeah, all of our stories are metaphysics. So anyway, now the genie doesn't have a limit. So if I cast a spell, would be on all people to stop putting made up, paranoid, fear based limits on their imagination. And that's just gonna get wild and dangerous, but I'd love to see it. I'll be here for it. All mental limits are self imposed. I wish they knew that. It's cold where you are. It's too damn cold where I am, and I'm in the desert. Georgie Pudgy says entropy 2, law of thermodynamics. You can't unscramble the egg. Everything has a tendency to mess up. So by design, it must go wrong. I will never agree or volunteer to this. Then it must be consequence. TVFE 3, Haru 3, Girl Gospel 3. 7 says, I see what you're saying. It's basically the first feature presentation that initially is presented to generations when they were young. Yes. 333s. Shogun L3s. We back to the present chat. Oh man, what the fuck? I gotta get my life together. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I won't. What does that look like? What if I never get my life together? Fuck getting my life together. So that's how it is though. Motherfuckers always got lists. It's culture. That's what this culture taught us to be like. And then life, universe, God just laughing like, ha ha. It's not going the way you planned. When in the story of man have we ever seen anything go as planned? Who the dummy? That's our only reference point to have a beef with God, creation, and why we're here mathematically. Is that it's the suggestion that your life is less than optimal as of now, based on your parameters, based on a mind, body, brain, and synapses and neurons. You have no idea how it works. You understand? People try to figure out how God and this life thing works. They don't know how their own brain works. And all I'm saying is when you think about the degrees of that the things with the brains, they don't know how it works, are arguing with themselves, with culture, with religion, in a serious way too, in a meaningful way, which is why this is important to think about. You don't understand how your brain works, and you want to understand how the mind of a God works. Just think about that in terms of degrees first, and then add it up. And then add up the question that we're really asking. Why can we not fathom anything outside of us? By default, everything else here is outside of God, and He created it, so He would have to understand His creation. It's His parameters. You're one of many of His creations. I could have sworn something. You seen them sand dunes? What about the reptiles and the snakes and everything under them? Yeah, he's micromanaging those habitats too, I heard. So I thought you were created to help. That's a narrative at least, right? Do we even do that correctly? So theoretically, we don't understand how mind works. We don't understand how time works. We don't understand how the divine works. That makes sense. We really don't, for real. Definitely not our generation. God's still there, though, hypothetically, right? That's why we're still using God as a reference point today in 2025. It hasn't gone away in all of human history. Whatever that is, right? Whatever that degree above us is, it's still there. It's still there in rhetoric. It's still there in philosophy. We have quantum computers and floppy disks and internet and high speed. We are able to change ideas with people who never grew up, where grandma say, and they still have no fucking idea they damn selves. So it wasn't your diet and it wasn't your school. It's just not understandable from inside of you. So it's ridiculous to me currently in those type of rhetorics to have any type of it's not chastisement. what's the word? I can't pivot off of I can't pivot my religion, belief, faith, or I can't pivot my parameters off of the strength that humans have failed God's design, or humans have failed me in reporting one thing and showing another. Because so far, God's not uh, illicitly involved in all the shenanigans that I've experienced. It was the people. I'm sure it was people problems. We're in a time and age where everyone understands with all people and multiple people, different lands and different languages. They got people problems, fundamentally. The religious ideas, the dogma, the codes, the way you dress, your robes, your candles, those are all people problems. And people will change their minds as soon as the right people die, the new people will say, fuck them. And this is consistent. So why do we keep going like people are really doing the freedom, free will people thing, and it's not going in a godly way because none of them believe in God anyway or do none of the things that they say that God should say. They don't do them. And it's not going their way, and I'm mad at God for that. Wait. How would you skip the people? I just want to do it with the people first. Well, God created the people. God created you. And you still fussing about God. Well, if God created them, God created you. Do the science real quick. People be mad at God for the people that God created, forgetting that they, in that same sentiment, you have to assume that you're God created too. God created you. What you gonna do? That's a debate. It don't go no further than that. If you imply that God's design is flawed, you accept that humans are God's design, including you. You can't have that conversation or end it or resolve it or get God to answer you unless you assume God created you. You're all the parameters you just described as everyone else too. And action. Where has that gotten you? All I'm saying is, we have people problems. I don't know what we blaming God for. Shit. The deer delegation and the squirrel delegation ain't coming together to stop all these damn highways and roads, fucking up they shit. But here we go. We can boycott tomorrow if we wanted to. You see how it's a people effort though. Your life, society doesn't change unless multiple people change. How do you get multiple people to change? Influence. By changing their minds. At the same time, for the same cause. The game requires you to play with others. If, the overarching theme is the broad, general, everyone else, well, you need the cooperation of everyone else's. I ain't got nothing to do with God. It do, but not in the way that we've lived so far, no. People have people problems, trust issues, all kind of dumb shit going on outside. What would you want God to do? Fundamentally, I think about like if God just snapped his fingers and then all the people just stopped having people problems and all the people just like realize like, oh shit, all the values that are always here that we ignored on purpose because we're being people, if we just do those, things will work out for us. And then like God's like, and action, like, yeah, I love this world. Y'all know none of that shit would fix anything, because you sense a core fundamentally deeper. After a while, not a deeper problem, but a deeper cave or a deeper thought chamber about stuff. It is not even about whether or not this shit is perfect or not no more. So then you stop being, holding a grudge against a creator or a deity for, that's, you're assuming the intent of their design. How could you though? Like I'm just talking about in theory and rhetoric. Like it doesn't make sense to assume all these variables about God at all. And enough to pivot off of because of these things. I don't believe in God, or if God, or some people even crazier to me. They'll say that God is real and then be mad at God. And it's like this whole thing happening in your head, bro. Like, and then you have to pivot your whole filtered reality off of that idea or that structure, and it just fundamentally, sonically, it just doesn't make sense to do that. And I know too many people that do that. And they go back and forth. You know, time changes, humbles them, all kinds of shit. We know. They have great comeback stories too. But I'm just saying, like, you can skip all those scenes, man. Stop framing if you just frame it a little bit differently. Like, you're trying to figure out God, God's trying to figure out you. You should figure out you. When all else fails, figure out you. Figure out how you feel about these things. Figure out what your experiences have been and what the feedback. This is the key there. What feedback you get from your life and environment when you think, believe, do, or say such things. And triangulate yourself. Like, if you're just in a jungle somewhere, you have a religious book or where to go, like, I'd start there. Like, I'd start with you. Like, what are you doing? What makes you happy? You have enough? What is it like? You know, evaluate that shit. Because if you can figure you out, then you're closer to God than you're not. If you get to figuring you out one day, not the way things are, not your attitude, not your maladjustments. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about your effect on reality, too. Like, a lot of people have self-defense loadout, social loadouts. I get it. It's natural. Shit crazy out here. But that's not you. That's recoil. That's defense. No, you gotta figure out you. Like, who are you if you are not in defense mode? And then how come you don't put yourself in a place where you don't have to be in defense mode? We know that's on the mind anyway. So you're grappling internally still. Did you survive? Do gazelles stay in flight or flight mode when the lions miss? Or they go right back to drinking water and shit? Hmm? The idea of God is how most people have managed that. As a human design, it doesn't give you too many modules to put in that slot. Either you go with the flow or you create a model. Atheist, agnostic, whatever you are, you're creating a model in which to explain the unexplainable and being okay with it by putting it in that basket. Atoms, randomness, chaos theory, white Jesus, and weather balloon, something. Or you make up your whole own thing. Either or you're wrong. Either or you're wrong. You guessing the whole time. Your whole life a guess. Fundamentally. It's your best guess though. So you know what I'm saying? Like, once you realize that, if it was meant for you to get right, it would emphasize that. But obviously the emphasis of this whole experience is not one thing, so then you know, that's where all the grace comes from. Like, oh, it's not one thing, it's not one lesson, it's not one linear, it's not like school where you're done, you graduate, oh heaven. Like, no, I don't think so. I wouldn't even like that personally. So I'm like, I hope not. But it hasn't been that so far, so law of correspondence. It's not that at all. You're in all you doing, get understanding. So at the very least, outside of multiplying, doing math, you're learning. You're learning to not be a damn fool. Fools lead all the civilizations to hell. Now imagine, that's a one-player job. Make sure that you don't become a damn fool. And if your neighbor make sure they're not a damn fool. Your mom and your daddy, your brother, your sisters, and your kids, make sure they're not damn fools. Then you should not have no fucking fools in your area. And then like 50% of the shit that we bitching about will be cleaned up. But this society is signed and paid and dressed and made up fools, jesters, all kinds of shit. Royal court type shit. I get it. And you have no other frame of reference. You don't know what a king is in this society. You don't know what a queen is. You don't know what an ace is. You don't know what a knight is. You don't know what those honors are. It's just fools, rich ones and poor ones. Like the whole country on a full journey. Thank God. That's the people in your country. The systems, the thoughts. It's that stuff. That's local. Thank God. It can change as soon as they die. Refuse to lose gratitude. Ah, King Will, Jonathan Lee, 33, the I am. Come on now. I found somebody unsigned checked about 15 minutes ago. I turned it to office. I'm a lucky man. You're a lucky man because you found their check? Or are they a lucky man because someone found their check that was decent enough to return it? I had a fortune cookie a little while ago that said that too about luck. It's interesting that you said that. It says you will have something luck. Like I have never gotten that before. I have never gotten something telling me I was lucky. Like, ooh, turnaround point. Pivotal moment. Oh, I like this. Talk to me more, universe, and all your wicked, weird, random signs. Tell me, man. It's real. You said, yeah. Sing songs. Girl of Gospel. I saw a comment from Girl Gospel on the old video. Salute to you. Oh, we got 34 likes part 2. Life in the desert, bro. 2025 is almost over part 2. The last Monday of the year. Rejoice. Rejoice. Fucking rejoice. It's the last Monday of 2025, dog. That means last weekend was the last weekend. It wasn't that bad. Niggas was chilling. Minding my business. I had little flares of things, but it all worked out in the end. I wrote it in my journal. I was like, oh, God just had to test me one more time. Like 2025 was like, it was enough. I was done with 2025 by April. But it was consistently throwing haymakers. It was like me fighting Diago with fucking Chun-Li or something. And then I had another type of loop that just occurred. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. Like, I just couldn't just sit still for December. Like, you just had to swing at me one more time to make sure I was still 10 toes. Like, I get it now. So overcoming that, I finally was like, and just writing whatever was lingering in my head for the past week or two. Yeah, writing more than I've ever wrote, actually. It's like, I could tell, like, because the season's changing, you better fucking take as many notes as possible for the future. All right, it's one of these moments. Something's changing because that sign and that test and everything I just December brought was like, oh, that's an old pattern, an old sign, if you will. All kinds of shit. It could have went sour. Could have went weird. It could have went negative. All the shit. All of it. I don't know. It could have been a bad December, but it's like the best month of the year. But it still slipped in another quiz. I was like, Lord have mercy. I think I passed. And now it's just like silent. Finally. Any thought I got now is just stupid. I'll be saying that shit when I be walking off from on the bus. I'll be like, if I get like not daydreaming, but your brain's just, I don't know how to explain it. We ain't in each other's brains. We have to guess, but my brain will take an idea or concept and it will go with it and add layers and complexity. And somehow, my flunked out reflex system finds a way to create a problem or a setback or dilemma out of it. Like it looks for weakness, or it looks for what would cause me a problem. And it don't even be about a problem. Like, for instance, I want to jump out of an airplane with a parachute. Cool story. Coolest fucking story in the world. I saw a red man doing it. It's like I'm not too old then, right? But then my brain will go, I should definitely be able to do it in this region because they do that here. And then I'll go, I know niggas can buy their own parachutes off of Amazon. Like, I wonder how you test that shit. In my brain, I'm like, I should watch these, these videos where people shit's fail and stuff. Like, I make sure my shit don't fail. And, how do you practice that shit? Like, do I bring an extra parachute just in case? Like, and then my brain will go, you know about them base jumpers, right? Yeah, don't they like throw the parachute out their hand? You want to bring one of those? Like, my whole mind will take this idea of me wanting to go skydiving and create like 3 or 4 just in case safety mechanisms to consider just because the parachute ain't going to work. My brain don't go to, I want to skydive, the parachute going to work, and like how fun it is going to see the ant view of shit and lose like my heart is gonna be beyond my balls in the soles of my feet for like 30 seconds, and then it's free fall, and then it's like you can't do nothing now. But I don't do none of that. I do 3 parachutes. I don't know if I want that white guy glued to my back or my chest. I might have to do it by myself. Like my brain does that by default, and then I'll stop, and I'm like, that's stupid as fuck. What the fuck was I thinking about? Why? Why can't I just go skydiving with bad bitches? Like, why can't that just be why can't it just stop there, in there? Like, why can't we pivot from that and build on top of that, on top of that? Nah, we gotta go, parachutes don't be working. What? In a random thought imagination, we're doing logic? That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Whereas that same mechanism, when real shit's going on, or shit's really looming over your head and you're trying to figure out problems, it uses that same thing. And then that's what makes it realer because of that engine I think, well, I don't know what to call it. It's a program. It'll take real life variables and what your girl said or didn't say, how that person looked at you. It'll look at all those variables and it'll put it through the same sequence. Right? And then you talk to people and then they'll add their spare change. And then that goes into your little, it's like a mid-journey prompt. It really is. It's like a prompt. I'm learning how to just turn it off. Like, I'm not paying no more tokens for this stupid shit. I know, it's evil. But when shit finally slow down for you, and just shit is just what it is, and you start to think from there and feel from there, you're like, there's nothing left in this, in this moment. But that rogue program, lesson learned. All of this shit, all the experience is a rogue fucking program. First of all, good or bad. That's the part you have to keep in check. You know what's funny? That part isn't you. People be trying to get aligned with Saturn and stars and synchronicities. If you understood what I was describing, that program, that's not you. And a lot of people who don't study metaphysics or anything along these lines don't have words for it, so they may, I am assuming, make the mistake of thinking that process or that synapse is them, and thus they're trying to silence that, medicate that, run away from that, hide that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think whatever that mechanism is, I don't know the word for it. They throw a lot of different things in this box, but when I'm talking about, I can tell when it changes because of what I'm going through. I'm tuned in with myself a little bit. I could tell everything I emptied out of the box and what's left, and the thing that's left isn't me. It'll still find a problem to create. It'll create a problem all on its own, and I have no problems to create right now. It'll still do it. It'll automatically run on its own if I feed it. If I feed it, the thought fuel. That is the source of all the fuckery. I know it's deep. It's a software feature, I think. I really do. I think it's genetic. Everyone doesn't have an internal voice. Everyone doesn't have a conscience either, so I don't know the different. I can't fathom. I can't fathom what thought and decisions and behaviors like for people who don't have that phenomenon going on. I can only speak about the people that do. They call it a conscience, but because it works in two different ways. It's the other one too. It's the other one that where it's like you don't know anything that's going on, and then suddenly you know, stop. I don't know. I got a weird feeling that I should fucking stop. I don't like that. I'm gonna stop, bitch. Wait, what's wrong? What is it? And everyone's trying to like they don't have the input, so they're like everything feels fine, seems fine. It's about to be fun. I'm like, nah, I got to stop. You know the story. You know what's crazy thing about those moments? You want to know the end of that story no matter what. That's how important that moment is. You want to hear stop and not stop, and you gonna get your ass in a fucked up position, or you gonna hear stop and stop, and you gonna go the other way, and you want to hear about the people there going through a fucked up situation. Either way, when you hear stop, a fucked up situation is 100% rolled guaranteed. It's not 100% roll that you will be affected by it because you heard stop. When you start getting into that nuance of the same function, or those ideas you have as soon as you wake up first thing in the morning, it's the same thing. It's the subconscious mind. It's a different mind. You drive awake as your identity and talking and listening as your conscious mind. That's two. And then you have this observer, the thing that's not human in its experience. That's three. The heart has more neurons than other areas of your body. That's four. They say gut, God, intuition is all in your stomach. That's five. And you add up chakras and Taurus, so it gets ridiculous. So whatever is keeping that synchronized or that chip that's keeping that together, a hell of a design, by the way. We haven't done that yet. So whatever created this, it's got like 5 or 6 or 7 different wheels of I ams moving at once. And your conscious mind interfaces with the ego, and it handles the vessel, it handles the navigation through space and around others. The other one makes sure you're breathing and your blood is flowing and that you're healing when you go to sleep. And then the other one is like making you count colors and pigeons and shit like that. And it's doing this weird geometry and mathematical computations. And then if you're creative enough or you're artsy enough, you can then express that in sounds and music and, cool little stories that people tell, right? But it's all the same. It's all the same fucking thing though. That's where we're not the same, yo. You see, one of them you can dress up and put mask on. The other one is raw, and because it's raw, it has less randomness to it. That's where the mind control and MK Ultra is playing on. It's playing on the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is just filtering its behavior. But if the subconscious mind has the prompt, you're going to act it out. No matter what color shades you got on. That's dangerous. So when you become sensitive to your own subconscious mind, that is a natural side effect of reading those books that suggest you can program it. If you've been doing that for a long time, then you've more acclimated to like what works, what doesn't work, and then you start noticing other things that you weren't conscious of happening, and you're like, oh, that's part of the same stuff. Oh shit, this is real. Yes, absolutely. You should be brainwashing yourself. Absolutely. Because if you don't, someone else is. It's always prompting. That's the ill shit about it. You can't stop it from prompting. The only time you stop it is when you get into those meditations to stop it. That's the only way. That's the only way to stop it. Now imagine day-to-day operations. You're not meant to. So maybe you need to program it or control it better. And when's the best time to do that? As soon as right before you fall asleep and right before you wake up. What do most people take into those states? Stuff, drama, worry, vanity, lust. murder mystery on the TV in the background. YNs rapping about nothing on the fucking phone or fucking headphones. Some dramatic self-help book. Some earth tone frequencies at 432. Like, all of that is, the reason why people do all of those things is for the subconscious mind to be at ease. The subconscious mind is why people can't go to sleep. Because the conscious mind wants to go to sleep. And then it can't. Well, that sounds like there's more than one friend. There's an imposter amongst us. Yeah. Subconscious mind don't be asking you. It's almost like it has its own agenda. You better pay attention to it. Because if you, so you know, it's a happy wife, happy life. Nah, unless your wife is your subconscious mind. Sometimes you can mix it up. No. A happy subconscious mind is a happy life. If you cannot reprogram your subconscious mind, good game. Have fun, don't die. That's what metaphysics is, by the way. That's what Neville Goddard is talking about. It's about your subconscious mind. Pluto, Uranus, I guess. Oh, Saturn, Neptune. Oh, Pisces. There we go. Saturn. How you doing? Same story. That's why it affects your dreams. Your dreams language is your subconscious mind language, which is why that's the most interesting to us. Because it seems like if you pay attention long enough, right? Like, you know, people decode or try to decode their dreams and see what they mean or what's going to happen from the meaning, right? You have those parameters. And then you have other people who dream in similar parameters. Can you fucking imagine? But then something else happens. You pay attention to your dream parameters and what you're writing down and thinking parameters, and then real life matches you. One then can say, that's curious. Real life seems quantum entangled to what I dream. Wait, slow down, Ricky. Where is your dreams in your subconscious mind? Where's all the affirmations and denials for? Your subconscious mind. What is all the meditation for? Your subconscious mind. What is that? As a man thinking of his heart, so is to see. Subconscious mind. What is that? As a man thinking of his heart, greater is he is seeing. Where's all that happening at? All that's happening in the subconscious mind, right? Where's the war on terrorism? Get your subconscious mind, right? They want you scrolling and doom scrolling. Brain rot is happening where? To the subconscious mind. They need melatonin where? To help calm down their what? Subconscious mind. The whole game of controlling governmente is governmenting what? The subconscious mind. That's why you think you're free. I would have freed more slaves had they known in their subconscious mind that they're programmed. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, we're here to free the subconscious mind. It's a stick up, nigga. So yeah, once you understand everything, all you ever had to understand was your subconscious mind. Because reality is following that. Not what you think, not what you say. What you believe. Because belief is in the subconscious. Duh. Belief is automatic. If I see a pole in the street about to cross me and a girl, I'm gonna stop. I want to see if she's gonna respect the ledge because she had an Indian grandmother, or if her goofy ass going left or right. As soon as I feel like she chose left or right, I'm moving with her. That's my belief. I don't get out the car thinking we're going to split a pole. I don't think about splitting poles. I don't think about it. It ain't on top of my head. But it's such a core, superstitious belief. My dad installed it several times. Several times I've encountered this with him. I believe him. And I believe it too. But you know what I'm saying? I can't tell you what book that's in. It ain't in a religion. It's not in the Bible, I don't think. We're not splitting poles around here, bitch. It seems so easily avoidable too. Like, why are we making this a big deal? You going left, you going right. All right, that's it. Don't try to fake me out. That shit's not funny. You fucking with my beliefs, subconscious. And then you see the same thing with women in dating and men in dating. There's these very deep subconscious beliefs. One could say feminism is a subconscious program because it filters all the other stupid ass decisions they would have normally made. But it's amplified by feminism justification, and it's automatic. It's a certain color. They wear it. It's in their face. It's in their talking. It's in their manlyisms It's, well, if you could see the manliness and the feminine,ness, then it hit their subconsciousness. They really believe that shit. Ain't no fucking arguments or debates. The end. All that's helping is programming everyone else that's on the fence. Ain't nobody talking on to change each other's subconscious minds. You're just going to be in someone's headphones while they at work or doing whatever they do, programming theirs. And then when you talk to people outside, 6, 7, they just repeat everything else that they doom scroll. I'm talking about voicing. They're using the same voicing now. There's no regional accents and dialogues as much. Everyone's a fucking meme. I understand something. Subconscious mind is being programmed exactly the same. TikTok. You feel it? In the Bible, that's not what it's called. But that's what it's describing. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Your heart is where it's real. Subconscious. It's under your consciousness. So is your heart. The matters of the heart. Same story. So the main storyline quest of your life, in which you're supposed to be in purpose and all that stuff, that shit is hard-lined, wired already in your subconscious mind. Wherever that imprint is. Whatever that mandala is, that's you. Everything else you're doing is decorating it. What everyone else is trying to do, they're trying to corrode it or corrupt it like a virus. As long as you understand that, that's good and evil right there. Good and evil is over the battlefield of your heart, your subconscious mind, your true self. It's true because that's what's being adjusted. They're not adjusting nothing else. Where the Prophet Noble Drew Ali? It's all that shit subconscious. All those symbols, all the hearts, the fish, Vesica Pisces, all that is a theme, a trope through their society. It holds a lot of words. It's a language model, the symbol. And you visualize that and hold it into your subconscious mind, and you're able to access all of its dimensions. I'm talking about thought. Automatically. Subconscious. Autonomous thought. Just like training in martial arts. It becomes subconscious. You end up moving before they move. Because there's a millisecond of a buffer between your conscious mind and reality anyway. So if you can get your subconscious mind into that frequency and you just let your body move, it'll seem as if you're moving before. Nah, you're in real time. That's that Ultra Instinct Kaioken shit is about. It's a real phenomenon. Any fight I've been in is like that. It's not all the energy and red and blue and all that shit, but it's hyper focus. It's hyper like tunnel vision. And you move and you get hit, you don't feel nothing, and you subvert the danger. And nothing, you know what I'm saying, it's very concise, it's very to the point. And then all of a sudden it's like speeds back up when the threat is subverted. And it's like, whew, I'm tired. Not because of the fight, not because of the motion, but because of how much energy, like using mana, how much mana it costs, literally, to be in that type of warrior instinct. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. So those who practice every fucking day of their life, I get it. I just don't know why. Like, when are you planning on using this, King? Because shit, me, it never seemed to come up automatically for nothing good. Survival, same story. Your body won't live more than you. Subconscious mind. That's when people get suicidal and depressed. What's affected? Their subconscious mind. You know what's affecting the subconscious mind when someone's depressed or suicidal? Parasites. Where are the parasites? In your stomach. All right, then. You understand everything, math and science. What chakra center is that? Those people who attract parasites in that same region, how do they normally live? You sure? You know everything about them? Check their history. All right, locked in. Cool story. Law of correspondence every time. They don't miss. Yeah, you can tell more about a person if we had that, like those video games, you can scan a person. You'll know more about a person through their subconscious than anything they can say to you. And if you start learning, oh, this is a good one for the brothers out there. When a woman first wakes up in the morning, whatever that mood is, however she talks to you, however she treats you, that's real. I said too much. Use that and guard it wisely. My young brothers out there, I'll give you an example. I always do. Let's say you can wake a girl up early in the morning. Remind you, y'all getting to know each other-ish. Y'all newish. And you talking about your mother. Talking about someone you don't know. You know, it's your first time interacting with their subconscious. Hoes are made in the subconscious. Oh, anyway, so if she wakes up pissed off, evilish, not a morning person, not a people person, and that produces a negative vibration charge towards you, like in the language or intensity. Run. I don't care about she didn't get a chance to eat. I don't care about it's too early, whatever it is. If it manifested fully and it wasn't timid about expressing hostility subconsciously, automatically, then that's what it is. Not just in that dimension, not just because they were sleeping peacefully. No, that's not it. That's their default reaction to anything that interrupts them. Men do the same thing. That's for the sisters. It's universal, but men don't. Women get excuses. Men don't. So a lot of people excuse that in female species. Like their automatic hair raising, their automatic nails are out, their automatic jump. It's just like karate, any martial art. They practice that in their mind. It's subconscious. It's subconscious. Run with it. She won't say everything else. She might even feel bad, for real. Trust me. All the human emotions and all those things. Yeah. True story, based on a true story. But are you going to run into a problem with their intentions? Or are you going to run into the problem with their automatic subconscious mind reaction? You can't reason with it because you're not talking to their subconscious mind. You're talking to them. Their subconscious mind almost stabbed you. Their subconscious mind is what disrespected you. Their subconscious mind is what assumed all the worst things. Their subconscious mind is what ruined a relationship with all the ruminating and neuroticism. That's their subconscious mind. They're not in charge of that. Those type of Pokemon. And if people don't have our language model, is very, I don't know how you end up learning how to control that. There's other ways of doing it, I'm sure, but it's usually not the, you know what I'm saying? Because self-accountability is like taking charge of what your mind thinks about, fundamentally. Like when you go to therapy and all that shit, really is you're trying to reorder your thoughts. Religion, going to church, reordering your thoughts. You know, you're taking 2 to 4 hours out the day to put something else there. And hopefully it's good. Well, you know, 4 hours ain't enough, but it's better than none. You know, you understand everything. Going to the club and dancing to house music should keep you young. That's only like 2 or 4 hours a night though, like on Thursday or whatever fuck. Like, you understand? Like you're occupying thought time and thought space with activities. That's why a lot of these type of women, more neurotic women, those are the queens of the to-do list. I'm saving my brothers out there. I'm saving you some time. Your dumbass gonna do it anyway, but you don't say you never heard this. It's the same pattern. Trust me. I've met too many women. Don't play with me. Anyway, the extraordinary to-do listers. Bad math, dog. I can't tell you. I mean, it depends. You had a mama, right? I didn't have a mama. Maybe if you did this shit with your mom, you'd be better apt for it. But what I have noticed, the to-do lister woman, the neurotic to-do lister, it doesn't just show up when it's time to go grocery shopping. It shows up in every other element of your life. This is a subconscious phenomenon on their part. They don't see it that way. It's like, oh, for them, it's like, we got to get these things done because if not, the most terrible thing can happen. And now you got to think about your fears, right? Where that happens at in your mind. And your subconscious, right? When you're imagining some dumb shit, jumping out of airplane, everyone's professional, brand new parachute, and you still bring three of them in your mind. That's her. So her to-do list isn't because she likes efficiency and the progress and product of getting things done. No, it's a fear on the other side. Oh, don't miss it now because if she misses one of these things or one of these days, it's over, right? Like for the rest of her life. Like Tuesday didn't go the way I planned it, and it's just gonna throw my whole routine off. And then you know how I am when my routine is off. You heard me? I hope you heard me loud and clear. It's bullshit, fundamentally, guys. I know. I'm jumping out the window, but I have three parachutes on. What I'm saying is because it's fear based. Because if it doesn't get done, they freak out, and because this isn't done on time, there's some type of there's a penalty in their head, and they made this up, my nigga. All the shit they want to do Thursday, they could have did Tuesday. Don't play with me. Like it's completely made up. It's nice to get it done. Yes, there's no reason why I shouldn't. Yes, but when that's the emphasis of their personality, and that's where the friction comes in with you because it's not yours, man. Have fun, my niggas. I'd run. I'd run because I seen what that looks like in other degrees. When it comes to your shit, it ain't the same, is it? Like, wouldn't it be important if the partner shit is also taken to the same list, and it's important that the partner things get done for everyone benefits, since the partner is sharing with everyone their benefits. Understand the science here. They know that already, and they still don't see it. So it's not weighted equally either. It's just about them. That's subconscious. That's subconscious. That's a subconscious cope to be in control. They're not in control though of their own fucking subconscious. It's right there. It spells itself out, but they don't say it out loud like that. Hi, my name's Brad. I'll tell you out loud. I'll tell you out loud. Them bitches are crazy. It's a type of crazy, but that is crazy. It's a crazy type. It ain't the craziest kind, but that's a crazy bitch right there. Be mindful. I told you already, bro. Don't tell me your granddaddy, your uncle. I don't hear that shit. This shit on YouTube now. That's crazy bitch. If you have questions, I can give you every example. But all I'm really speaking to is then if there's a sensitivity and understanding and a consistent version of these things across different species and specimens, then that must be a science. And if that science runs with subconscious mind, then that's how I know like metaphysics was like what our ancestors was like. Once they figured that shit out, they did it. They're like, we did it, nigga. We cracked the code, bitch. No pharaohs, no emperors, no kings can stop this shit, bitch. Like, I'm gonna control my mind, nigga, on my own. Yeah, nigga. And that'll get a nigga killed. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? Like, nobody liked that idea. Like, this nigga has his own thoughts. And they react negatively to the energy as a side effect of that. Not even what they're saying or thinking, because you don't have to listen. They just don't like the energy. You gotta be careful with that too. That's another form of mental illness. Some people just don't like your energy if it's positive. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine that most people who are like innocent bystanders who are like victimized in certain low vibrational areas, it's because your ass was happy? They robbed you because you was happy, nigga. You can tell by your steps, your face, your eyes. You looking above street signs, your nice clothes, laundromat clean, nice sneakers. We know you don't have a toothbrush to scrub them, so you must have just put them on to walk around here. Oh, this thing out of his mind. These environments are mood regulating too, like a woman is. And most of these environments are ruled by women. I've noticed something. But anyway, you ever been in a relationship before, fellas? I've had the displeasure in being more than one, and Each time in these dynamics, a woman mood regulates the house. She ain't paying the bills per se, and that's not even important in the scheme of running things. That's just what we say these days because we lack nuance. But it's not because she's in charge of, stability. It's not because she cooks the food or whatever. It ain't none of that. Women use their energy as a way of regulating environmental energy. And it could be used for good if they knew they were doing it and if they intended to use it for good instead of how they feel. That's a whole different story. We ain't even got that in the book yet. But I'm telling you as a man who's been around so many places and houses and women, they dictate the mood of a man, bro. I wish they fucking knew that. They crazy ass. Women don't know that. Women don't know they dominate the mood of the environment. Not influence, not a present, not that it leaves and comes in with her. No. That whole environment is useless. The mood of that environment is useless. Now, we've seen the toxic environments where the woman can't do that and the man domineers it with his spirits and his alcoholism and shit like that. They ain't him either. That's all the other shit you just said. But I'm talking about person to person. A woman is always going to override the mood of the fucking car trip, the mood of the restaurant experience, the mood of the date, the mood of the house, the mood of the bedroom, the mood of how it feels to mow a nigga mowing the lawn, actually, if she nearby. But they have such tremendous, energetic, extroverted. That's why I don't know if it's magnetic. It seems kinetic. They have a very tremendous reach of setting the expectations on how things are supposed to feel in the environment that they're in, and they enforce that. You see it in restaurants and getting their food right and all that. Oh no. That ain't about it being right or wrong or how much it costs. It's about how it made them feel. I know, and there's nothing wrong with it, by the way. It's just highly volatile and abusive because they're unaware of it. Right? If a woman have attitude, the whole house vibration changes. If a man got attitude, it's in the room, but it's locked into the room he's in. That's why the woman will send you out to go sleep on the couch. A man never does that unless he's being petty or going back and forth. But if a man has a problem, he's not sending the woman's energy away to another room. A woman almost always has to isolate herself and her energy away from another person's in order for her to be in tune with it. And usually in the negative spaces. They don't do that for good reasons. It's weird. Or maybe they do. We just don't see the signs. But they get the negative ones a lot. So I've learned they got to separate themselves. On your dollar, that's the craziest thing about it. That's why these bitches have lost their damn mind. But scientifically, it makes sense. I'm giving you all the crazy formulas, man. You listen to it if you want to. Fuck it. You think that's normal. You think women are like that. No, they're not. Crazy women are like that. We have made crazy women normal, and that's y'all fucking problem. These bitches on these podcasts are crazy first. Man, all the other shit is a side effect of them being crazy first. Her being a hoe ain't surprising. She crazy, dog. Most crazy hoes are hoes. Right? Promiscuity comes with mental health issues, right? All right now. And if a girl's promiscuous when she was there, she ends up having mental health problems. So we know it's a law. We know it. We know it's a law. We know it's a law because it's connected on both sides, old and young. It's every man who's been divorced already. He married a crazy bitch. It's like that. That's why there's a divorce though. Nothing, no other reason. Not because she's a woman, not because she's white, Asian, black. Nope. Because she a crazy version of whatever that bitch is. I married a crazy bitch. That's why I didn't last. The end. And the brother, like, women are like, how men don't open up about more of their feelings and emotions? Like, because you want us to figure out the emotional battlefield of dealing with a crazy bitch. Man, why would a man try to figure out crazy bitch? Women love that shit. They love crazy men and figuring out crazy men and trying to reprogram and control the crazy man because in this society it's acceptable to control men. It's not acceptable to control women. Or men probably play that sport different. But then men will play that sport with more than one woman, so you guys don't like that. So we're fixed. And the craziness that's a side effect of our fixed choices and our fixed responses to crazy shit. Can't smack them up. Can't discipline them. Can't tell they daddy. Who they daddy? You can't do nothing. You have no recourse. You just have to, like, hopefully find a woman who's self-actualized enough to know she's fucking crazy. You heard what I said, right? None of my stories and my advice to the young men out there ends with them not being crazy. It's just that you rather deal with someone who knows they're crazy, and then move accordingly. The self-actualized crazy bitches are some of the best people to get to know. It's predictable. It's like, oh, she owns it. She'll tell you when she owns it too. Like, it's really easy to navigate. Ain't no room for guessing. Everybody else is acting like they're functional because of their life path or their routine or their rituals. Motherfuckers will melt down in a heartbeat. In fucking traffic. Like, bitch, it's traffic. It's been traffic our whole life. Like, how are you still using the old responses? Like, you haven't adapted in your mind yet? Like, maybe this is a little too dramatic? Maybe I can choose not to be so fucking dramatic. Something that has always happened. Nah, I gotta yell and curse and middle fingers. Like, oh my God. We're 40. Nah. It's just the way it is. It's just the way. Yeah, it's the way you program your subconscious mind when you were a kid. That's your subconscious mind is a sponge when you're a kid. You know when that shit stops? Around 7. So most people are locked into a subconscious routine or fucking nervous system response pattern after fucking kindergarten. We be giving them credit saying it's high school. Nah, the language model is high school. The emotions is kindergarten. They talk like high schoolers. They're as infantile as a kindergartner who don't want to take a nap. Tantrums, meltdowns. Narc meltdowns are temper tantrums of a 3-year-old, right? The finesse and the flying monkey part of it is high school. Yeah, it's the language model, but they're doing it because they're having a tantrum. Like a little bitch-ass kid. And we have normalized that grown-ass women can have meltdowns like bitch-ass kids, and then wondering why men are not happy. Well, how does a grown-ass man treat his bitch-ass kid? Hence. I'm not saying which right or wrong. No one should do nothing to nobody, free will, all that. Yeah. But that don't solve the crazy part. That's our only problem. We can't do none of the things. So how do we solve crazy, bitches? The key here that's wrong with the United States, men and women, in all degrees, religions, and everything in between us, on hermeticism, on the subconscious mind, is that feminism shit made y'all crazy. Not me. Not me though. Y'all ain't fuck with me. Y'all don't know me. I ain't do it. Y'all crazy without me. I could have died yesterday. Y'all still be crazy. That's what I'll be talking about. It's crazy for me because you crazy. I didn't pick your Pookies or your Ray Rays. You still crazy. I still gotta deal with you. I still gotta shop with you. I still gotta see you outside. You crazy, and that's a problem for me. That's how MAGA is, right? They appeal to their subconscious core belief systems. That's what core belief system is. That's what the subconscious mind is. Everything else is filtering it. And now today, Gen Z has no core subconscious belief of individualism. So now there's a blurring of the red and blue side of things. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Common core. Jesus Christ. It's in the fucking language, EA Sports. It's in the game. They told him. God, I swear they told him. They even hide it. It be in plain, what you say? But we don't know what it is to know that it was in plain sight. That's the problem, dog. Shout out to all the sisters out there who know they crazy. We love you. The fuck? They're crazy, dog. I've learned that. I got 3 journals of crazy shit. I could tell it was crazy just by how it made me feel. I didn't feel like it since. I know who's doing it. It's women now. They have an area of effect spell in their ways. Shout out to Mr. Now from Italy's in the building. Oh, shit. We got more people in the chat. 40 likes. Look at God, part 5. Bars. Hope you starting waterways or sores. JPX in the building. That sleepy drive home, blacking out along the way, but miraculously making it. Yep, subconscious. Inception style. Have to kidnap people from their subconscious mind. Yep. Synchronicities are very common now, ain't they? It's turned up outside. The sun is doing some trippy shit. It's cold. Shout to Neville and Abdullah. BRB. My whole life is ruined. Overstimulated talks. And they also made up the fact that it can be done in a day. It never does. So the end of the day will always be a failure. And if it is a failure, repeat, everything is ruined, or everything is ruined and it repeats. No lies stated. Message. Burn down the kitchen with this one. Oh, my bad, y'all. I was just thinking, because I was reading my journal. that was just what I learned in this Saturn. That's just 3 years. It was actually going on for 5. But God made sure I got my associate's degree in 5 years because I'm kind of slow. I fucked around and got a master's. I was like, damn it. Oh, I forgot. Weighted credits. I get it now. I get it. I was in the AP classes. I get it. It's the same, but it's not. Gotta take the AP curriculum. Because I was tired, bro. So I started trying to figure out which part of this is God and religions and the spirits, and which part of this is just crazy. A lot of it is just crazy humans. It's not even. Yo, we've been automated that fucking planet like 10 billion years ago. Why are they still talking? The Watchers are just reporting submission. They're blaming y'all again. Never in a million years have you heard a quality requirement being somebody that thinks for themselves. It may be well educated at best. 3 spider webs. If you caught in a spider, controls the move. Yep, I haven't seen many of the people I grew up with change much since we were in kindergarten. The ones that flipped out were already flipping out. They just flipped for a Lego piece instead of a group chat thing. And it's math, which is German for planting. Common core human mind trafficking. Hate to see it again. When you say it like that, but they say it like that in everything they do, but when you say it like that, I guess we got the variables right. Sucks. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. They don't tell you what happens to you on the other side of realizing it, though. And you're not in the boardroom with $1 trillion on top of that, so don't feel like you're missing out on nothing. It does not help the struggle we're in anymore. If anything, it makes it, for a while, it makes it quite unbearable. It'll take you years to readjust to how much this shit really got you fucked up. But like I said, if it's Saturn induced, it's preparing you for the next step. So whatever next step I have, man, I look forward to it now, knowing that I got a cosign from Saturn. I got the Saturn star. I got the Sheriff star on me now, boy. Ben gave me the feathers. I just needed the star activated. Oh shit! Go Power Rangers in this bitch. Watch us. Watch. God gonna show out. I already know it. I don't know when. That's the only part that sucks about this game. But I feel that I understood my assignment this time. I made it to the other side of 2025 now. Wonderful. That's what I was about to do anyway. I just didn't know I was going to do it in Vegas. That's the only thing that fundamentally changed. Spare me the gory details. I'm gonna watch some fucking fireworks in Las Vegas. I do it right from here too. I found a little cut spot over there. 2 green boxes too. Extra radiation. I might go out there on New Year's Eve. Might buy me a fucking Budweiser. I'm tapping in, nigga. I'm tapping in. I'll watch New Year's with a Budweiser. Black and mild, nigga. That's all I can ask for. Because what the fuck was the last 6, 7 years? Saturn was just accountable for 3 of them. I don't know. It started kind of weird, man. It literally started at the end of 2019, I think. Clubhouse. Whenever Clubhouse came out, that's when it started. The whole shift of our whole society, our whole everything. God damn it, Clubhouse. Everything goddamn fucking talking in the app now because of it. That's all the witchcraft talks came from. For the normie girls, that's what gave all them girls crystals. The ones that didn't have them before. Fucking Clubhouse bitches. Hood healer and all of them, you know. But the trenches, like the B-list team. You know what's crazy about that? People who are not social media fluid are usually the real thing. So a lot of the real things snuck in. I ain't miss it. I was amazed at how many people just normalized it so fast. Like a spirit got let out of a flask. I wasn't supposed to go down that path. They ain't got shit to do with skateboarding. But that portal, that gate, that bowl was definitely opened. And some of our sisters are still suffering from it now, I think. Honestly, I do. A lot of our sisters out there are in denial about witchcraft and their enrollment or their alignment to such things. And they're describing the math and science as the proof or the thing. And no, that's not what witchcraft is. That's science. Witchcraft is a science for sure. The bad thing about witchcraft is where you get your science from. Witchcraft is like drugs. You can buy cocaine and live a very long time. You can buy some cocaine and die as soon as you get a little too high. Witchcraft. It's about where you get your supply. A lot of the popular, easy to follow, goofy, feminism version of the stupid shit they got going on today, that is not the source. That's not the source for any of that. Those spirits I'll be honest with you, those spirits would be fucking flabbergasted. You got white girls calling in those energies, given the fact that most of this is ancestral. But language models and science aside, just the energy it puts them in as a sidestep to reality or, the mainstream traditional consensus. Like, that's the evil part. It's where it took you. It didn't make you more bona fide of a woman or a mate or mother. It made you this hyper narcissistic based on chances of cards. It's weird. Like, you're doing Dungeons and Dragon rolls on the people in your life. That's what God was telling Ahab and they dumbass. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Everything you want to go to war with for those people, they would sell to you. And in fact, you can afford it. You want to kill them? All right, you're dead. What's the point of me making you rich, bitch? You ain't gonna buy nothing? All right. You don't want it, then. We'll give it to them. That's just law, though. Yeah, they invoked a lot of negative energy, man. Remember, they wanted us to vote for Kamala Harris, and her platform was strictly abortion. I ain't forget twerk on the polls to Atlanta. I ain't never gonna forget that. Yeah, that's a hell of a spirit right there, boy. It's reprobate as fuck, but what's the end of its sentence? Murder of children. Black Lives Matter, all that. They've been inadvertently, I know, it's subconscious, celebrating the death of children. It's a death cult. It hasn't produced more, healthier, better, stronger civilization or people, has it? No. And we used to have that right before it started, right? Yep. Is it correlated? Maybe. You should find out because goddamn, if it is, it's easy to fix. But no, that's a spirit, and it's out here now, and it's running havoc. And some of the conscious sisters of the bloodline, the tribe, they having mixed results with it. They're tired of it too. I bet you they are. They're just a silent majority because they're girls. Girls don't like speaking out of pecking order. It's sad. Y'all pussy. My bad. Yeah, but still, like y'all should work on that instead of trying to outdo a man. Start outdoing these other stupid bitches. Don't practice arguing with us. Stand up to your sisters. Because if you can handle that, we'll handle ours. Equality. Yeah. Yeah. This last generation. It's the Harlem Renaissance. Witchcraft came back to New York. Same thing. Same time period. 100 years exactly to the letter. They brought witchcraft to Atlanta and everywhere else. All right, Texas. Stop playing with me. All the way out here. I see it. But it's no threat to me. Because I realize their source is powerless. But if I do the same thing, you understand everything. They don't believe in God, so God cannot be their source. Calling it source doesn't make it source. It is a source, but it's not the source. So if you can't bring yourself to God, I mean, what are you bringing yourself to? Whatever is available. You know how many people have died here? They have had 400, 400, 401 false vessels deceived by one spirit. Legion, they come in thousands. And we're just dealing with the unseen signs of it, like what these energies are. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are fooled by one spirit. Like, large groups of people can be fooled by one spirit. Don't forget that Adolf Hitler. One spirit, like all dimensions. One, it just takes one. And our sisters are going through that. So when we have grandkids, they're gonna be the rumors like, stay away from them girls who practice voodoo. They'll shrink your head and shit like that. It's gonna be based on those little blue eyes they be hanging from their fucking weird windshield mirrors and shit. Watch. It's gonna be the same superstition. This is gonna be updated for Twitter. You keep figuring out why tarot cards keep getting a bad fucking name year after year. Look, we're about to do it again. Next generation will be like, nah, we can't do none of that shit. That shit's weird. Them bitches weird. They talking about their mother the whole time. They be like, I ain't want to deal with that. Hmm? You ain't gonna see that shit in Ross no more. You ain't gonna see that shit in no fucking Burlington. You ain't gonna see none of that witchcraft. All in all your fucking stores, everywhere you fucking go. For the past decade, I've noticed something. It's cool because it's popular with white people and you can buy it and stuff. You know, you're not in church anyway, so. But is it? Out of all things we can buy in China, we gonna buy all the white witch, closet witch, kitchen witch bullshit and put that into the aisle on checkout. Have y'all noticed it? Put 3 in the chat if you notice what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, it's not just some random TikTok, Twitter bullshit that happened. This should be in your store on a corporate level, right? Right. I think so. Because you can't just sell anything in the store. You gotta have to know somebody. You gotta prove it. You know, they gotta do a little IBN numbers. They gotta do all kind of shit to make sure you can sell it. And you ring this shit comes up, and there's taxes. Like, you gotta go through a lot of steps to get a bunch of witchcraft products in the stores. I could have sworn you did. Right. That's the problem with your society. It's that brand of witchcraft. I know. You think it'd be more exciting, more like Harry Potter and shit. Me too. It's not. God be warning you about this stupid fucking version of it right here. especially if you know the more powerful versions of it exist. So on one hand, them normalizing the struggle witch version of reality keeps people away from the real witchcraft too, which is a unique trade-off. At a time like this, that was probably critical too. I know the difference. I know it's real. I know the real kind is real. Is what I'm saying. This ain't it. That's real too, but it's not. It's not what the Inquisition was over. The Inquisition was not about people like betting the odds of their romance and their financial lives working out by the next lunar cycle. That is not what they were trying to stop. They were trying to stop people who can control lunar cycles. People who cause eclipses and all kind of shit. That's probably why it don't happen that much, because they did a really fucking good job controlling it. And now it's kind of leaking out, but it's like a controlled. It's like controlled. Everything is so controlled opposition, controlled. Hell, it's gross when you think about its decision making since they sell it to you. It makes it cheap, man. How the fuck you gentrify kitchen witches? Of all the types of witchcraft there is, they chose kitchen witches. They went straight at sisters. It's crazy, bro. They cannot stay off of our dick. But they targeted kitchen witches. That's just one form of them. They say it goes back to slavery. Time period, maybe. I don't think they were slaves doing it at first. But that time period, 1600s, 1700s, everyone's agriculture, mason jars, all that shit. Yeah, I can see it. That's when it was born. But it is a transformation of an older science. It's alchemy again. But now they got an emoji version of the shit. Like, these bitches is crazy. Like, for it even to exist right now, these bitches is crazy. To even bring that back is crazy. Like, these bitches, something wrong with these bitches. Don't worry about me, sis. I ain't gonna stop you. I'm not interested. I don't even care that they're doing it. I just want other brothers to be aware of what crazy is, so they can have consent if they want to deal with it. It can be fun, bros. It can be fun. You can have fun with a delusional woman if you want to, but the type of frame you have to be in to deal with them, and you always gonna have to worry about other men too. Like, I don't give a fuck if you play this playthrough, the good guy, the bad guy, confident or not confident, don't fucking matter. There's gonna be another guy no matter what. Just keep that in mind. And if you can stomach that, then you have a great time. If you can stomach other men, you can play this game that women have created, the mainstream. That's the only thing that's throwing them off. That's the only reason why they're failing too. The women are failing because they haven't understood that men haven't adapted. Men aren't the men are not the type of hoes that women are. Men are hoes. Men can be hoes. I can be a hoe. I'm pretty sure that I'll probably be one of the best hoes that ever been hoes. I grew up around hoes. The male kind, actually. And I've always dated the female kind, so I'm a holistic, whole nation. I only know hoe shit actually. So, but with men, they don't adapt to sharing women with other men. They have no problem sharing their body with multiple women. They have a problem with the same body being shared with multiple men. It's a quality difference. Like, ladies, gender exists for a reason for these equations. Like, they don't care. Men don't care about all the women they slept with because they're different women, and it's just him. But if a guy has one woman and there's like that many men on her, he is going to be disgusted. This is subconscious. You can't change those rules by being like this. Yeah, you, the individual woman, can be like a man individual who sleeps with multiple women. High five. That's very difficult, by the way. Women ain't that difficult, but let's high five. You'll triple it. So his 10 is your 30. You did it. High five. Now, you're not disgusted because you're the beneficiary. He's not discussing because he's the beneficiary. Where this game changes is that when y'all face off with each other and he sees you and he knows 30 other men have been with you, that is not a y'all don't hear yourselves. That's weird. They don't know what that means. Let me see if I can put it in nigga talk. What does a guy hear besides mileage? This woman who I know is gonna want my pockets, gonna drive me crazy, and more than likely, ever than now than not, going to cheat on me some way. And all these things I'm gonna have to do for her crazy ass. She gonna tell me all 30 other dudes by 23 pulled that off. I'm supposed to be lucky 31. Stop it right there. We ain't gotta get no gorier than that. Just the ladder itself. A woman having more men, meaning all those men failed, because y'all don't deal with men the same way we deal with women. Those men are probably trying to keep you, and they can't if they got up to 30. I'm 31. What the fuck am I getting out of this? The end. End of the short story. We ain't got to talk about nothing else. We ain't got to talk about misogyny. We ain't got to talk about men and women and their bodies. No, no. If it was just body for body, you have an interesting case. But it's never body for body because there's gender roles. Your decision of how you use your body is codependent on the role you're playing within your gender. If you're not playing that role no more, cool story, bitch. But we are. We're still gender rolling as men. You could change yours. You could change yours. What I'm saying is, once you change it, we have to make an adjustment. Not you. You changed it on your own, bitch. We ain't change it back. We would change it back. I promise you, if we could just change shit willy-nilly like you can, we'll change it back. Those people are retarded. Anyway, we don't do the math the same you do. And we can't afford to do the math the same way as you do. I've noticed something in your economy. So, nah, men are mathematical. Hunters. Over and under. And then you describe the exceptions. And I hate every woman that does this goofy shit. You describe to me an exceptional situation where Mr. 31 is a simp, waits. Number 3 was 2, but 31 has to be a simp at this point. There is no other category for the dude, right? All agreed? Say aye. All right. So you know this girl who found Mr. 31 simp. Let me fucking guess. He thinks she is the best woman he's ever had in his life. That's how these stories start. I ain't miss that duh. All right. And he's right. Look at the nigga. It's number 31. Of course this is the best woman he's had in his life. He's number 31. The nigga who is willing to be number 31 has to think that this is the best woman. Because if she was just a regular woman or below average woman, he would not want to be number 31. I can promise you that. It's implied. It's implied that this nigga is delusional. So your guys' exceptions in the future of what is possible with men and women dynamics is that you're going to land you a sucker with money who's delusional. And that's going to last. Well, I mean, you only got 10 years left by the time you find them, but you know what I mean. Like, cut it out. Nobody wants to be a sucker in nobody's story. No one should have to be. Like, subconscious mind abuse. We need to get some legislation. This is subconscious mind abuse on a woman's part. They abuse our subconscious minds, so they play with it. They fucking play with us. They know this science, by the way. It's not that women don't know how we're adding this. They do. That's what makes this evil, dog. Women ain't stupid. Women don't give a fuck. That's two different problems. They know what the fuck we're talking about. They know we don't like hoes and like for marriage and all that. They know that. They know why. They judge each other accordingly. It turns up as soon as they're pissed off. They use the math better than we do. It's subconscious. they subconsciously know. They subconsciously know that we're right. They subconsciously know. Their override, feminism, or everything else, men ain't shit, broken houses, new program, Obama shit. Even in that, subconsciously, they know. They know we're right. And if they know we're right this whole time, the heaviness of it all is that then the majority of what's wrong, the majority of what's wrong in modern generations of our society has been the fact that women have known what they were doing all along and gave no possibility of consequence if it didn't work out. The risk that they invested in as a collective, like the reward they invested in, was worth this risk of where we currently are, dominated by women, by their energy, because these kids are raised by single women. The women are the override code. They're installing the first BIOS on the child with this generation, with these variables. That is copy and paste, copy and paste. And so what's wrong started with whatever women were dealing with. And I don't know what it is. I'm not a woman. But I don't know why so many of them, chose what was always been clear is the wrong type of path or way to live your life, or, dealing with the opposite sex or whatever, or just in society. Like what's important, prioritizations, family dynamics, all of it just changed suddenly when my ass get born. Like, god damn. How come every time I show up to the function, shit want to change like this? Like, it would have been hard enough for me to figure out the old way, but now you want to throw a new way on top of it. Like, this is ass. But that's all because women changed. Like, so the self-accountability is not really important. It's their group accountability that's hurting us in that dynamic, just in roles. They reneged on their contract, like a divorce. They reneged on the social contract. All now. We weren't even taken to the vote or nothing. Because it's cool. They renewed or changed the stipulations of their social contract since I was born. I seen it in real time. But that's fine. Where it went wrong, and this is rookie mistakes. This is the first time, I think, in a long time, is that when you do something like that, for it to work out, you also have to give the other side the same opportunity to do the same. It's liberty and justice, after all. You want equality? Well, you made a bunch of changes. We didn't sign off on them. So we're still going by the old guidelines, which would be a good or a bad guy. Those are always the options. But you guys changed the social contract for all guys. So that's a global override. We never did that towards women. We were always going to protect and provide. We're always going to trick off on the ones that we pick. That was always going to happen. That was never going to change. But y'all changed something in that. Cool, sorry. We'll blame the gays, whatever y'all did it. Now men are readjusting their side of parameters in response. And it's very slow. This took a long time. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. It took a very long time for it to show. But it's showing now. And I'm seeing it. It's like, oh, they want to out-sassy the females. I told you these niggas are gay. It's their mother's fault. So yeah, go through that generation that's going to overcompensate. So like 2 or 3 generations from now, in social media terms, in a decade or so from now, it'll follow the women again. Because women are going to overadjust or overcompensate and fix it immediately. Women cannot afford for it not to be fixed, actually. Unlike men. Men theoretically are fine. And be like, oh, fuck, it is what it is. I'll die alone. And be fine. Women will be like, never accept the outcome, but then they'll change it tomorrow. That's the key point here. They don't even believe shit like that. Because they're going to do something about it. That's what's different about men and women. Men could imagine some crazy end of the world statistics and be like, tough. You know what I'm saying? Because there's too much going on. All right, whatever, man. I accept it. It is what it is. I just want to get home and buy my beer, right? Women be like, it's very bleak. Too bad I'm not every woman. Whitney Houston lied to you. I'm doing something about that shit tomorrow. Like, they don't do that shit over brunch, bro. So our society will never fall off. Because once women wake their goofy ass up, they change it tomorrow. They change it tomorrow. Women will change this whole shit again tomorrow. So we're in a weird buffer period for these crazy bitches, though. Especially since narcissism isn't being rewarded as a trait. Like, so the faking, the fame, and the it girl thing, those are all just borrowed narcissist traits, even if the soul or the person is not one. They're acting as if, that shit ain't working. You see that shit wearing off in Just Hilarious and all of them. Like, niggas ain't find that shit cute no more. It's heavy-handed narcissism. It's usually northern. I want to do that documentary. Why is that profound version of narcissism from New York? New York has a very particular brand of narcissism, and I cannot account for it. And it spilled out into Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, of course, but New York has like this epicenter of a type of narcissism that's like it's like you can't even in that environment. It's not narcissism because everyone has it. It's a collective narcissism. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than the program. The program is narcissism, and they perfect that. And, they survive through that, hustling and all that. It's narcissism. Because you're in a shameful, lowly, very difficult, gravity-heavy environment, but you got to be fresh, fly, and the guy. Like, yeah, that's the recipe and ingredients for denial, delusion, and narcissism, grindois narcissism. And it changes the variables on what's important. You know how it is. The value system is adjusted for the environment, which was a program, a project created by some white people. I noticed something. But yeah, that form of narcissism and social media and rappers and personas that borrowed it it's not effective in this era. Cool story, bitch. Because it was a form of witchcraft, by the way. Just want to let you know that right there. That's why that spirit is always the same. There is no gradient to it. It's always the same. You could tell me whatever color they are, whatever gender they are, whatever country they're in. You say 3 or 5 things about them. Like, oh, I got this one. Let me fucking guess. A, B, C, and D. 1, 2, and 3. How early do they wake up? Oh, you got one of those. The end. Like, it's that spirit is just like that. That should deserve a painting. And all the little symbols represent those things. And that it'd be the same painting for 2,000 years. It's the same fucking thing. It's feminine. That's why it's a sister problem. That spirit is feminine. Narcissism is feminine. It's absolutely feminine. And it could have been born out of slavery. But we always talk about slavery like, oh, like what happened to the men? Like, no, what happened to the psychology of the women? Like, cause like if everyone assumes their reference point is all the ancestors is in that predicament at that time, okay? What was the psychological toil on them generationally, and when do you have a reference point to something stable? You have no idea. You don't even have a reference point in the theosophy of discussing it in this generation of a healthy mental health version of any of our ancestors that are this color in this country. Because what would you refer the best time period to for us? You have no reference point in when it was good for us. Yeah, that's history and the lie and the devil himself. I get it. But no. But as a consequence of such evil projects, we don't even have a reference point for real. So like when we were a functional, emotional, intelligent, equitable, free people. Actually, we don't even refer women, especially. I notice y'all don't think like this much, but y'all should. Y'all don't realize that for 5 to 7 generations, according to mainstream narrative, and you don't have another narrative, is that you've been framing your whole existence off the idea that you've always been compromised, or you've always been less than whole, or you've always have been a victim, or you've always have had to make a way to survive, no matter what it may seem like or feel like. It's all about moving forward because your backdrop is African slavery. I get it. With your grandmother Indian, but I get it. No, it's tough. That's a tough fucking, that's an evil program filter to start with that you teach all the kids in school during those ages. I know. But it's beyond it not being really true at all. The spell itself, that's witchcraft. And and I feel like women hold on to mainstream history than men do. And if sisters can't question their history, then they're definitely not going to change their mind. It's not going to change the design, I guess. Like, sisters need to know how much of a lie history is. And if they do that, then they have to reevaluate all their justification for feminism, which I'm afraid most of them cannot do. They cannot do two things can be true. It's like, yeah, well, if your version of history never happened, then women's suffrage and women begging for votes or voting rights is a different story. Had a different context on why they couldn't vote. I mean, they are foreign immigrants, aren't they? And your grandmother's Indian. They don't even know what that means yet. You understand? Like, our sisters aren't there. I know it. I haven't met one yet. None of them are there. So that part of our social dynamics ain't going to change no time soon. But at least they working on the crazy. As long as they crazy, they ain't going to listen. We work on the crazy, then maybe they'll hear this. Hey, yo, black women whose grandmothers are Indian. None of that shit had nothing to do with you ever in human history. You wouldn't need to be voting for a federal corporation. You would need to be asking, why the fuck does this federal corporation of immigrants feel like it's my daddy? And then you would move psychologically and politically from the truth of the matter. White women getting the right to vote. What the fuck's that got to do with Indians or Africans? Dred Scott tell you the same thing. An African can never be a citizen. You know what never means? Why do you think that shit ain't ratified? They made a concession. They made like a loophole for you to play in. Interesting. Well, if you couldn't ever be a citizen, what would you have been instead? What were they going to do with you? They going to deport you? To where? They got all kind of ICE and deportations now. Why don't they just deport Africans then? Right after a war, allegedly you shooting at them. Could have just deported them then, right? Oh my God. Nah, you can't. So you can't deport Indians. That's why your ass is still here, 250 years later. Once our sisters wake up to what their brother just said right there, whoa! Can you imagine this little stupid ass game they're playing about being important or better than a man or head of a household? All this slavery plantation jargon, by the way. Once they get beyond slavery in their own fucking brain, bro, we'll really hit that awakening. The real awakening. They're having a spiritual awakening within the Matrix. And the Matrix still wrong. Like, nah. Y'all ain't have no awakening yet. You don't know where the fuck you are. Like, you're realizing the system is a lie. Yes. Keep realizing that. It ain't gonna change. I promise you're gonna realize that shit again. There's something about it. Like, it being a lie, it is. Like, you ain't gonna realize how much of a lie it is. It's a lie, for real. No, the whole thing. You found another branch that had lies on it. Can you fucking imagine? The moon in Antarctica, they lying about all of it. Every damn leaf, foliage, the whole thing a lie. Can you fucking imagine? That is not awakening. That's you stop lying to yourself. That the damn thing lying to you is a damn liar. Like it is. The end. All right, moving on. Spiritual awakening to weird. What are you gonna do with that? Today you say you go no contact. They can't even do that for real. It's not real yet. they really feel like it's their feelings. And it's really just simply the mind map. This shit sucks. I think we're such a goofy people generation. What? We live and die suspended in animation because we refuse to choose a side. We're lukewarm about who we are. Spiritually. They started pandering to females. Thus, they pedestalize feminine energy. For better or for worse, but that's what happened. That's what's new about our generation. For the first time in a long time, it sounds like. I mean, the other side of it is slavery. I mean, according to you. So, you ain't got a whole bunch of wiggle room for no other version of us. I don't hear them talking about the kingdoms and houses and villages and towns and walled cities on Israel and Jerusalem. I don't hear them talking about that. That shit should look like Aladdin for real, if you think about it. But, I'll let them have it. So, fields, barns, wooden cabins, mid-rises, baddies. That's how we doing it? That's where we're going? Because they have no idea what the fuck they're playing Sims up. So if you're a young man in your relationship with women, their backdrop is this shit ain't serious. They're playing life like it's Sims for real. It's not quite Sims for real though. This is evil. This is an abomination. You gotta start there. Then move. Like, all right, what does that mean? I'm in a bad fucking time to be part of this nation. Correct. We're not in a good time. We are not in a good timeline for us. Start there. Imagine like how heavy that shit is. This is not a good timeline to be us. And this is how shit is, and this is how these motherfuckers are acting. Like, we're looking back on hypothetical history, like what the fuck was going on with them. We in the same damn predicament now, and like, look. Just look at it. We're stuck in that loop. In our own heads, we're still acting as if we're slaves. That's psychological damage. That's psychological abuse. And it's re-upped by the federal government and entertainment, I noticed. For a whole generation that wasn't there. It's very strange that that's encoded. So, we have to get out of mental slavery. Parameters. It's just like thoughts. You can't just not think. You gotta think about something else. And that's why knowing what it is helps. Because when you replace it with what it is, like, oh. Mm-hmm. It's a lie. So the truth is, take everything they said about you, reverse it. Now what are you? Ah, you get it? Yeah, that's why it seems so mean and evil, because it is. Now what do you do from there? Imagine if you were never interrupted. What would you think about next? Hmm? What would be next for you if that was true? That never happened. If you're never lied to, if you're never in that timeline you don't deserve to be on, and you're exactly where your ancestors planned you to be, you reconnected to that somehow, serendipity. And you recode your epigenetics and your subconscious mind to what that actually is, because you actually is. And then you pivot the future from you're connecting where that stopped to where you are to where you're going next. You're now going to filter your future through your actual past. And what would you expect of yourself? And you know what I'm saying? There's a tremendous power in that by itself. But so many people are just okay with the Dark Ages narrative about everything. It's like, that's scary. Because they control your whole history. They're saying you start from darkness, a black point, a slave ship, someone escaping tyranny. Basically, everyone's running away or being caught and taken away. Mass immigration. for everybody in the story. It's all mass immigration. Like everyone starts with mass immigration. Like everyone's racing to get here to steal something from who? Indians. Okay. Which one are you in this story again? It'd be a totally different story. Are you running, chasing, or are you Indian? All right, now. So you play your positions, right? Like 400 years in a row. That's all they had said it was, and they built it from there. And it's like, hey, here we are. What's going on next with us? How come everyone's treating everything so transactional? That's the inception of why anyone that's not Indian is here. They came here to be transactional. Only transactionalists came to America. Motherfuckers be lamenting like they're Indians. Everyone else acts like everything's gonna be fine. It's just a matter of difference of a chart or a graph. Transactionalists. You see what I'm saying? Metaphysics is like that. You can figure out like exactly who people are just by how they do their math. Like, oh, you do it as if you're a person who doesn't live off the land. Oh, ding, 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 ding. This is built in, man. There's not enough time for it to not be. This is very simple to see. Spirit of discernment. No, it's not. It's universal law, I guess. We got it though. Our sisters gonna wake up and we'll do the rest. They're a mess right now. They didn't want to confess 2026 is gonna be the next best year. Loud, proud, and single. Everyone knows the statistics in the economy and the marketplace and the houses. Everyone knows the bad girl energy ain't there. Look at Ray J. So they can't build off of that. Understand something? Same story. Russian egg, this motherfucker. Inception. Like they can't do that. They can't monkey branch off of all the opportunities and all the wasteful tricking and all the cool trips to Dubai right now at this time. So if it was real, what do you do to adjust or adapt? Everyone waiting for an answer. Oh, you must have been fucking pretending again. Opportunist. It was an opportune time to show their ass. It was rewarded by views or something. I don't know. Because on Nova and Sheen and all that shit was cheap stuff. They act like that was the age of Rolls Royces. Anyway, so cool little that held us over to the pandemic. OnlyFans, you know what I'm saying? Versus. And it's like it's just more and more surfacing. You should pay attention to all the people who are leaving this country. They're leaving this country, Canada, and UK. You understand? Like, no, I don't know. It's mass immigration again, is basically what I'm describing. But the only people who can move in this story are the richest people there is on your island. That's probably what happened back then, relatively. So, all the people who generate interest or jobs or opportunities, they're leaving. I'm sure they're taking their opportunities with them. And we're stuck with a civilization or a generation of people who are kind of paralyzed or stuck on social media. And then have to go back into a real life that is not the real life that start, like, you know what I'm saying? They can't just reconnect. Like, the first time you signed into Twitter and what it was like outside. When you sign off of Twitter this time, it ain't gonna be the same outside no more. That's what's fucked up, I think. When this rubber band break and people like sign off of social media or, you know, spend more time out in real life, that's not the same real life. And now the people are different, so it's not the same people in the same real life. Like, you feel me? Like, it's two different variables on both sides. I feel like mental health wise and like relationship wise and raising kids wise, like you have to be very strong and sure of who you are and where you come from, and that just because as a prerequisite to stay, you know what I'm saying, narrow or stay solid. Because Jesus Christ, you think people doing drugs and have mental health issues now? Imagine when they really do try to go back outside. To what? Looking like what? Wearing what? What dance? What song? What meme? You gotta go outside and survive. You're not even competing with like your Facebook social friend group or any of your group chat somewhere. Y'all know that, right? Like in 4 years, because there's a lot of people out there who's like, well, you know, if you can just make $1,000 on the internet, what are you talking about? Where are they gonna get $1,000 to spend on the internet? Oh, you talking about like when the World Wide Web opens up? Like I always be saying, yeah, there's a problem with that. Gee, if our world of e-commerce and alternate currencies are global, what they said was you have a currency and a way to make money online with everybody. That also means that you're going to be competing with everybody. Not your city, not your coast, not your algorithm. We talking about your one idea to 10,000 others that already exist in the part of the world where you're left with getting money from, since yours ain't got none. Don't sleep. So you'd be appealing to a global marketplace with a different taste and a different way of doing things that's no longer predetermined by pandering to the United States or American anything. I said 4 years though, imagine. So in 4 more years, like that time capsule is up for us. In anything we do, in any endeavor that generational people do, entertainment, media, music, whatever it is, you're competing times 10,000 now. And the profits aren't bigger, they're smaller. So you see where the story goes real quick. If things are just the way it is and people just, snap and just adjust that way, no, they won't. They ain't gonna be able to stomach that shit. The United States has never competed without a military. You talk about e-com or just staying alive and doing all that cool shit that they're doing, that they're preparing for, 3D printers, lasers, automation, AI, and you being part of that, that's a great fucking idea. There's a million other people with that same great fucking idea. It's called China. It's called India. It's called Africa. It's called Russia, Mongolia, Thailand, Taiwan, all the Southeast Asians. Add them all up, add them all up, add them all up, add them all up, add them all up. Everything that's going on right now is bridging them to the same market, to the same economy, to the same GDP, to the same. They're hooking them all up. Once that happens, the Western idea of standardization in terms of the marketplace is cooked. You ever seen it take over your food? Wake your goofy ass up. It took over you're on TikTok. That's Chinese, right? Took over your social media, took over your mass media. Although the Jewish people bought it again. We know, but still, it took them over. It took you over first. It already happened in your education, Common Core. You're already seeing it happen. You're already being co-opted by Asian. You're being primed for Asian dominance, actually. Lord have mercy. I'm talking about through the social class system. You're already being conditioned for that, whatever that really is behind the scenes. It's not Chinese. It just happens to be them at this time. That's what they're doing here. And our sisters, y'all better be fucking clear what that looks like for you in 4 years. Because now the men are saying they don't want to get married. Remember, y'all thought y'all had shit, y'all were 50 or something. And I said this a long time ago. Man, no, that's not what these stats are supposed to tell you. This stats ain't supposed to tell you, well, I'm 25. Well, I have until I'm 44. That is not what they said. They said everybody, 50% of you in 4 years. The end. Men going their own way, accelerating that is another variable. That y'all gotta play RPGs. That is a buff. That is a critical chance in modifier. And there's a critical chance you're gonna experience what they're predicting in 2030 next year. Like that's how fast it's happening because of men. If men are not incentivized or enticed or, no longer doing the Pavlo pander dog thing that we were programmed to do for a generation, we have no idea what that society looks like. Because it's going to be us in it. Not, the stories written. Like, we have no idea what that's like for us. Coming from where we come from. You guys are running out of time. Hold on. Can you hear me now? 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 Yes, we're back. It is 2:12 local time. I was just reading the comments. A left on Noel says Democrat DEI programs are crumbling. Oh yeah, the defunding. Yeah, they ain't got those groups. They don't need it anymore. Basically, it's not even they can't afford it. It's that it doesn't do nothing no more. They reset everyone's fucking clock already. It's just whoever funded it is not in control of the outcome, or they waged it as an act of war and not actual agenda. I think that's the saddest thing about warfare on that level. When you zoom out enough, like some shit seemed like it had a linear progression, like it was going to persist for 20, 50, 100 more years. I was like, no, Soros and them did all the programs they did to destabilize the population. Its only objective was to destabilize. It wasn't to like program you to be this kind of way, to live in this type of house. It's not like the fucking Elysium movies. They can't do it that far, but they don't think that far either. So they're not doing it for the outcome. They're doing it to upset the present moment to whatever political or financial advantage they have in doing so. And making people scramble to new, whatever's, and then betting on what that's going to be too. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like tilting the whole snow globe when they're playing at that level. They're not playing it on the driveway level. They're playing it on a snow globe level. So all those programs suddenly losing. We noticed it's defunded because their pandering puppets are gone. Mm-hmm. Slush funds, all that shit. Paper cash trails, checks, all that shit got shut down earlier this year. So it's been on fumes ever since. And it's strange to me that what we may fail to realize, and everything like that going away, is what it intonates, is that all of that was funded by the underworld. Everything that just suddenly just like lost its vigor and spirit is underworld funded. Because it's only the underworld funding that they're cracking down on. So if your favorite talking head for this favorite cause is gone, that money laundering rat line is shut down. So then that should tell you a lot about that person and their words and their agenda and, the group, the collective, the community that was born out of it. Gaslit into smithereens by an underworld drug lord, human trafficking lord, political nefarious dream. You know what I mean? Like, it's different from each of these types, but it filters through the same to us. It's like, here we go again. Everything's all fucked up financially, and now they want us to do hokey pokey with society rules. Like, all right, Caesar, like, what's going on? You done fucked your mother again? What's going on? Oh, it's Bubba this time. Like, which version of this story are we in? You feel me? Like, these niggas ain't Nimrod enough for me, so. Yeah, fucking. Oh, I hate history. Hate history. Doomed to repeat it. Lord have mercy. They had a way with words. Why can't we just do something new for real? Waking up to the way it always was type shit is real gang goofy. Yo, everyone's waking up. Nah, they're not waking up, boss. The programming's defunded, bitch. The programmers are broke, baby. We ain't waking up. The program sucks. That's two different. I wish we woke up. I wish we were waking up because the program doesn't. Nah, the program don't work because it's broke. same outcome though. I see. It's a time to rejoice. But it's not because of our competence has changed. It's because their pockets have. Yeah, we gonna need some time. We're gonna have to give people a lot of time actually before things seem normal for those who are cracking them. Getting frustrated with the way things have been. You gotta give those type of sisters time, brothers. Good luck. You have to though, because it took you time. They're getting their whole fucking shit snatched out the matrix. Like all the cables, like They had all the cables. Don't even got a room to put them in so they can sleep it off. You just gotta pull all the cables off them, and they gotta go right to work in Zion too. Like, yeah, you gotta realize that people are waking up now at the last minute are gonna be like culture shocked when they interface with you. That's hard. That's hard. It's hard. Been hard for the past 20 years of my life. Just the differences that I had to, be patient with other people when they came to it. And at first, it wasn't that easy. And I was like, this is a theme. Oh, no shit, Sherlock. You didn't always know. That's correct. All right. And we have to treat the society like that. Like, most of the society does not know what it hasn't always known. And when it snatches that funding, what's the next wave now? What's Gen Z going to get behind? And no one's there to supply it. And they're like, well, just got to sit in your house and look at your family now. Like, hey, what you guys been up to for 30 years? Like, a lot of people are not going to be well adjusted. I tell you that. It's going to take years. It's going to take fucking years from now, bro. It's going to take years before we recover. Damn. Shout out to A.O. Kokondo. How you doing, brother? Composure Slim, I see you. Mages. Dark Path. Oh, aren't you exciting? Haru says 3, you're good. El Cool J, we're back. Terran Art, we're back. Composure Slim. Beep, beep, beep. Sir, you are muted. Part 5. What's going on, A.O.? How's life then, man? Another day in Europa? Another day in paradise? Life's been lifing, or are you on a different storyline? I want to talk to some of the people who asses were not whipped by Saturn. I feel like I missed something this year. How was a good how were you people who had a good 2025? Like, what did you guys learn? I need to make sure I diversify my portfolio. Because I don't hear too many of those stories. They don't show up in my algorithm. Like, people like 2025, politically, personally, financially, everything is just killing it. Word. You had the same news on your head, same headlines. That's crazy. You just like nothing. Just you got married. Y'all still married. That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all still married? It was less than more than 6 months. Only 3 months. All right, we'll follow up with you in the spring. But I want to know how did y'all make it? There's 35 of y'all. Y'all ain't got to type all at once. How did y'all make it? If your ass wasn't whipped by 2025 Saturn and discipline, what did you have to learn? Damn, no, don't speak up at once. We all y'all Sagittariuses and Aquariuses and Pisces and Geminis or something. What's going on? Weird. Mr. Nelson laughing my ass off. Yo, Saturn's belt didn't miss anybody's ass, boy. The cricketeering is crazy out here, boy. The Cricketeers. Yo. MG and the Cricketeers is a crazy AI band. Oh. I don't even know what that icon is, Terran Art. Terran Art got the most unused emojis loaded out. That is crazy. He's like, shit, I want to find a different emoji. I've never seen these in chat. But cricketeering is crazy. Those the violins. Another one's a cricket. Indiana Jones. Oh, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Crickets. No. What the sisters be saying? No, they're not crickets. They're monitoring spirits. Watch out, beloved chosen one. The monitoring spirits are trying to see if you survived all the chaos. And remember, they did it to others, and they're trying to figure out why you survived. By the glory of God. Like, okay. That's kind of dramatic. Very Babylonian. Late century. Like, oh my God. They doing this homework again? They didn't get the answer in the Bible? That's crazy. We're just going to keep repeating the same shit, ain't we? Macro. Meta. I think humans are like daisy chain consciousness too, which makes us even eviler. We're not even individual consciousness. I don't. Well, I'm gonna think about that for one more decade. I'm gonna test it out. But yeah. GPX says, LOL. All these monitoring spirits don't add up in a world of 5K plus GPU cores. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't care about the monitoring spirits. I need a RAM update. You understand? Y'all understand? I don't care about haters in hometown and hoes, none of that. I need a Mac M5 Pro Max Studio at a time like this. At the cusp of AI and graphics, tariffs, war, blue to black pill, not even blue to pink or purple. They just skip steps as they normally do. Overcompensation. At a time like this, when my favorite chocolate bar costs $3.69, it used to be a quarter. Ooh. Who the fuck got time? Who the fuck got time? In any mental cycle, on Crow 777, on any mental cycle, like, if 2025 ain't teach me shit about nothing, it has doubled down on this lesson here. I ain't got time to give a fuck. Not whether or not I can or can't give a fuck, or if I'm a badass not give a fuck type of dude. No, I don't have the time to give a fuck about flying monkeys, monitoring spirits, people from your past. And I've heard these narratives on all the stupid shorts. Like, they're pre-programming a civilization to expect that. And it's to some degree, it maps because it's studying human behavior. But the human behavior is gay. Like, that's I think that's the takeaway I got. Is like, once you hear enough of the patterns, like, oh, these things is gay. Oh, fuck it. Like, I gotta play a different game, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to play the game in a world where I gotta deal with because they'll say some goofy shit like, oh, chosen one, beloved chosen soulmate, divine twin spark flame candle maker is going to enter your life. But wait, the devil card came. There's this third party who's trying to steal your light in order to take your contractual soul group person. So you guys signed a contract in heaven to come down here for me to be beefing with you and this ugly ass Puerto Rican looking boy for 3 years? Pull another card. No. Your true chosen one, in which you'll have the wife, the kids, in the business. Well, right now you're in a karmic loop with a karmic, and in order for you to get what you're truly meant to have, which is her, wait, are these cards clear that me and my chosen one are currently coexisting and both alive at the same time right now, right? So their energy out here on this board, right? All right. But before the law of attraction and magnets bring us together, my magnet gonna bring everybody else. And everybody else would bring, I gotta re-coordinate and do all these things, and I have to grow my magnet to attract her. But she gotta do the same. She gotta go that way. Okay, hold on. So I'm out of my lessons. I'm out of my karmic loop. But she currently in hers. So in the meantime, what I should do is start doing some other side quest homework. Now I'm 40 years old now. Pull another card from me real quick. Something about the Pentacles. Oh, you're gonna use your voice to speak, and you might go viral. Whatever you do, you can be famous. Famous at 40 for music. That's weird. No one wants to do that. I'm not Quincy Jones enough for that dream, but all right. Pull another card for me. The three of waspinators. Like, that sounds intense. Yes, but if you look at the heart, it's cracked, but it melded itself back together. It healed itself. So as you go through the cycle of Dark Knight Tower healing, your twin flame soulmate is getting her ass blown out over there dealing with a Joker. But if you learn your karmic lessons, she'll learn hers. All right, y'all. All right. If y'all say so. If I hurry up and get through this Saturn trial, my chosen one heart ass can stop being blown out by some guy who's really using her energy in order to build up his crypto empire. But believing in God is where we draw the damn line in the sand. $700 for 16 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. Lord have mercy, man. We invested in the wrong crypto. Have these people even got full display ports at 240 hertz? JPX, LTE taking notes. LOL. As the ancient used to say, one must Patreon their way through hell. What the fuck? Support to support for real. This one else says, laughing my ass off. If you do your purpose, you can gain even more monitoring spirits. Your soulmate with 4 kids is currently in rehab, getting ready for you. But only if. But here's the thing they tell you. It's only if you do the next stupid thing the card is about to say. If you just wiggle your ear and wag your tail for the next solstice and you integrate all of the lessons. What? That's a lot of shit to do for these bitches, boy. I just want to end it there. Like, nah, y'all got God, me, the cards, the devil. We got everyone fucked up in this fucking psychosis. You wasting everybody's time. I feel like you're wasting God and the devil's time too. And I don't take that shit right. Like, what the fuck? All for naught. All for naught. This is some Edgar Allan Poe shit. Quote the tarot card nevermore, bitch. The fuck y'all talking about? Y'all pulling cards for this? Hell no. And all of them do it. The same goofy language model. It's cute and clamorous. It's cute and clamorous, man. This is the white witch, kitchen witch bullshit merger. It's the gentrification of the kitchen witches. I get it. It's the prostitution for this constitution for the prostitution. It's something. They always don't land it, God. And the people who can land it never get popular or famous or take it serious enough. It's not even their fault, man. Someone's going to take the ball and run, and it's always them. We don't pick these things, though. That's the crazier part about the story. We don't pick what penetrates the zeitgeist of humanity either. Could have been anything, but it chose to be this goofy shit. That should be on everyone's Spotify's rap. All of that closeted subconscious witchcraft they got in their fucking mind now. Oh. And denying the power thereof. I think that's in the Bible part. What a night. Piracy. There is no repeat business in landing if your business is mindless airspace, Mr. Now. Don't tell Concord Airlines that. Speaking of airlines, I am glad I did not have to get on a fucking plane again. I'm off that shit. That shit, boy. Been traveling by plane this year, boy. With them people I seen. And the reasons stated, Lord have mercy, never again. Quote the Raven. Quote the Raven, never more, my friend. I'm good. If I don't have to see North Carolina ever again, I will never see North Carolina ever again. I'm feeling that way about New Jersey, low key. I don't like the way that shit's shaping up. Running out of map in this bitch. Looking like buses. Run barefoot in the highway during October, March, return to solar devotion hour. Your soulmate with 4 kids is very alarming. I'm not against it. I know plenty of good women out there and good girls out there and women I've met in the past who have kids and stuff. But to put that on the level of Tarot's divine twin flame counterpart soulmate playing at our age is ridiculous. You have an excuse. You're still technically in the college room. Y'all ain't gonna figure that shit out. So Saturday return anyway. Have fun with that shit. But in real life, after all that goofy shit and all of my failed attempts at anything real, I wouldn't even play that game on a soulmate level. I don't know, man. I get the idea. I know everything about it, but I don't know if that's if you run into a woman that has kids, I don't think you're running into a soulmate conversation if that's the case. If you haven't ran into your soulmate by then, like you gotta think about like how tense it is. Like mad people die single G. Everyone don't got a soulmate, so you're betting that you do, and then when you bet that you do, it's the girl with the 4 kids. That's tough. That's tough because you don't be fucking delusional. You might as well be delusional the whole fucking way and pick an R&B bitch. You understand? But I don't know how I feel about soulmates and all that kind of shit, boy. I don't know what that mean no more. With the variables we have in real life, like that's an old concept. That's an old civilization that created all those rules, by the way. They didn't have everyone going to school and getting jobs either, so that soulmate shit may work different when you have a farm. But when you got a phone and Instagram, nah, they won't talk about soulmates with that shit. Mm-mm. That shit don't be trending. Nope. So that means what we do have and what people are experiencing is something else. And in the something else Olympics, I really don't want nothing. My delusion is very clear on that. Like, oh, y'all playing the game for those reasons. Oh no, fuck it, y'all keep it. Mm-hmm. But don't run with soulmate. I don't like your ingredients. I ain't playing that game with these things. Cut it out. I tried. It doesn't work. I'm too smart for that. No, this shit don't work because it's rigged. This shit's rigged. Adding soulmate to it is just evil. Nah. God wouldn't make you go through so many senseless tests. Nothing divine would, because it's assuming that they miss. Yeah, we pick and choose which is which. I get it, but nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't treat it that high. Then results may vary. I'm telling you, you just gotta be. You really just gotta boil this shit down. Like, be around people that fucking like you, not even love you, like you. Because people who love you do the weird shit behind your back and can still love you. But if the people who loved you like you, they want to do all that weird shit behind your back. They don't do that shit to people they like. So, in all your understanding, get someone that likes you. Soulmate. Nah, fuck that. Soul, karmic, contract, past life. Fuck out of here. Nah, you ain't meet me yet, and I'm 40. What the fuck you been? It's been since our last life together, and you still taking your fucking time getting shit done? Nah, fuck her. I'm starting over. Let me get a new contract for this life for the next one, since this implies there was another one. Like, fuck out my face. Nah, I can't play that game with them. That's a goofy. That's nah, hell no. It's sweet though. You're in your nation of people, and the world of arranged marriages, and you find someone magical. Yeah, I get it. But you just sweeping left and right, and just whoever says sweep or left or right at the right time, and you like look at each other like zoo animals. I don't put soulmate in that. Why would you buy soulmate? Something? What? 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 My soulmate has me in her roster. She doesn't know it yet. What? My soulmate has a roster? What? My soul has made it to this. Nah, you gotta understand what these language means. Like, that's what God built for me. A woman with 4 kids. Isn't that evil? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that evil? Like the suggestion, like God's perfect mate for you was a woman with 4 kids, and like you strived and became competent in your life for that vision, like ultimately, right? Like that's like God was like this one right here. He gonna do it. He gonna break the mold. He gonna be stepdaddy of the year. Check this shit out. You think so? You think like that's such a strange concept? Soul means God's involved. That's my only offense to the whole concept. I think I know what those girls are doing though. They're saying like they're so dope that God awarded you them the dopeness. Thus it overshadows the kids, the design, what the man lived until he met her specifically, what he imagined the whole time. Like it clashes with so many things, and they don't consider that because it's them. They're the prize. I want to meet a man where that's true. Actually, I wonder if there's men that actually feel that way about a woman and still with her after years. I want to see if her personality matches that one. Science, because I want to get to the bottom of it. I'm tired of people missing. Like, oh, there's something off. This one variable. There's a girl like that that exists, I'm sure, but these girls are not creating those environments. I know they're not. I know the game's missing now. I'll let you know. Looking like busters. How the fuck this dude get on mid flight? Yep, the audacity of the vocabulary being used. TBFP 13.3. Mr. Now quotes, the only one for you is currently, for everybody, hold the call for your ticket after the beep. Oh, that's Beetlejuice. L sparkling to infinity is very goofy loops. Mr. Now says, yep, your private hosted server, only server you can connect to is currently unavailable because another game is already ongoing. It's a mess. Turn Art 3. JPX LTE says, that is crazy, but maybe similar to music. What looks a type of way on the surface saves you to a degree. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right. Yes. We're in murky waters when it comes to this. Let's highlight this. Soulmate. Let's just highlight soulmate. Let's just highlight soulmate. Let's highlight the degrees of soulmate. Etched into hyperspace by God, a creator. If you use that as our filter for mating, you go, well, I'm waiting for the person that God sends me, my soulmate. Is it reasonable in that degree to assume in anyone, man or woman, but I'm a guy talking for guys, that that concept stands if God sends your soulmate to you preloaded with someone else's kids? And then you go, my life up until her has been a testimony of me becoming the man I ought to be for her, the other half of the soul equation, so that I be the best man to take care of her and her kids. And I'm saying, is that fair? Like, and it's a unique question because it only seems to affect men versus women in that way. Like, do women in their own head think that's the soulmate game? The soulmate game starts with pairing up with the person you're supposed to be with, but you actually have life with someone you're not. Because a kid is life. It's not like a car. It's not like debt. It's not a job. It's not a rumor. No, it's a whole nother life. And the idea of finding your soulmate is to bring new life here, right? Come on now. I mean, let's go for it to multiply. Same guy, same concept now. So I'm waiting to multiply with my soulmate, right? Because that's the design of this concept on every tarot card alive. I know it is. And then you go from there and go to, but wait, someone else got my soulmate pregnant. Why am I together with a woman? That's that new age feminism, alternative lesbian path of living, mom prescriptions and cat litter. And they're playing that like that's what the guys wanted. No, the men never wanted to live like that, sis. Even with all of our money and patriarchy, we never wanted to live alone with a fish. Well, at least not that kind. So you understand everything about math and time. A man is only getting with a woman to procreate. That's the only thing. There's nothing else in that equation that equates, that like produces something out of it. Like you're getting with the woman to produce. And you're saying that you don't invoke God and soul and then go, my soul came to this planet on a contract to reproduce with the woman who can reproduce with men who don't have contracts with her. Like, it gets messy real quick. And I'm asking if that's a fair concept. Like, that's what women think, like, men want? Of course the fuck not. Even without the soul contract, which is my next point, you can remove soulmate and God from this equation and then run the dice again. and it'll still be undesirable. However, what ends up happening? Life happens. People make adjustments per their happiness, per more so, if we're honest, availability. Like you can order almost anything on Amazon, but sometimes you want to order something on Amazon that Amazon ain't got. All right, but you're on Amazon, you got a subscription, so you want to order from Amazon this time. And like filter, and everyone left has kids, and you're like, you could wait another season, but then you're getting older, and that's like you decreasing your budget on the Amazon sliders. You're like, oh, I can't afford this new shit. So you understand, like, and you start playing that, and it becomes more like Amazon and eBay bidding, auctioning, gamble, casino than it is preordained by the stars and the souls. And we haven't been playing Soul Reaper the whole time. We've been playing casino, and then using the language of divinity, like, oh, God must have picked you for me because you could pay for everything, just like God promised. Like, there's it's that Dorothy fucking Disney bullshit, damsel bullshit. It's simping as black as it's blue. It's all that shit. None of that is real. So if you have a soulmate, it ought to be realer than that. I just don't understand why we have normalized like that comes attached with other soul contracts with someone else's kids. That's all. Like, you're gonna take the soul contract with them serious, then you gotta take the soul contract and the destiny and fate of those kids serious too. And the fact that I'm the type of nigga that I'll absolutely murder their fathers. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do this shit for the rest of our life. I'm gonna have to run into one of these clowns for the rest of my life. And I'll fucking end them. Is that fair? There's one thing to be a simp to a woman, but then she gotta prioritize her baby daddy. Like, do we think that's fair? Like, that's asking for a lot. That and the prerequisites is always asking for a lot. The prerequisite of you having to be a good guy is a fucking lot in a world full of bad guys. But once you're the good guy, then you have to unlock patience, temperament, and this woman putting her child with another man before you, in most cases, subconscious. And then if he has something to say about how you run your program and your ship, you expect her to be the calm, middle-head female to regulate the energies. But no, I might fucking have a bad March and I might go upside this nigga's head. It, you understand? Like, I don't think people think about this shit for, like, do you think that's fair? Like, and the only reason why that ever happened is because my soulmate has kids. So you mess with some girl, you don't know who she been with or where her body count is, cool. As long as the niggas don't show up in public, right? But if she got kids, you know exactly who she was doing all the weird positions and facial expressions and all that shit with, so much so it got her ass pregnant. And you gotta shake this nigga's hand on Thanksgiving? Fuck out my face. Y'all lost the fucking plot. Only women can create such an evil, stupid ass normal. I lose my fucking mind. And that's considered toxic. That's the craziest thing about it. That's the craziest thing about it. That's normal. That's disgusting. It's repulsive. That's what made them movies good when they depict that, right? Now, imagine if it was real life and not a camera. Like, yeah, it feels exactly the same. They're trying to show you in the movie. I don't think the movie really show you how it really feel for it. There's a lot to ask for a camera. But in real life, I will fucking lose it. So it's not wise to even fucking play that game with God or soulmates. Because that doesn't make sense. Someone's gonna get fucking hurt. Someone's gonna get fucking hurt. Definitely the kids. I've been that kid. Someone's gonna get hurt. Them kids are gonna get hurt. Quite literally. It's imbalanced. It's fucked up. Because, like, what happens? I have a kid with that woman. That'd be my only kid with that woman. Be my first kid with that woman. The rest of those kids are going to see that I treat that kid differently. And yes, on the surface level, it would be common sense. But if we're pretending to be all equally yoked as one family, that's not fair. That's not fair. Ain't nothing the father, or if it was a mother and the opposite, with a single dad raising his kids, like Idris Elba or something, only in Tyler Perry universe and my dad's. But even that's kind of like weird. You feel me? Like, and then the man who's the first time father of a kid has to split his nurture across other kids that are not his, and that's probably not a problem, right? On a personal level. But I'm just saying, like, he can't pour all of that into what he created. And women think it's the same because they're the one that brought him here. Nah, the man you pair with didn't bring the other ones here. You did. All of them are yours, including the man. The man only has you. Like, what are we confused about? In the world fighting for equality, we are way off center. It's not fair. Like, it's not fair. Like, oh, emotionally fair. Like, I'm a boy, you're a girl. No. It's literally not fair. Like, it's two sides to the table, and you look at one side and what chips it has left, and you go to the other side and look at that one. You'll see, like, it's never been fucking fair. So, like, to add a soulmate multiplier to the ideas that we share in our current society is evil. Is like, you're making it even more rare and more magical and sacred, and then the settlement is going to be unfairness. What I need tarot decks and guides and YouTube videos for? That's the stupidest shit I've heard in America. And it's sadly because it's feminine. It's a feminine logic because it benefits women. And I'm not saying that women shouldn't get benefits at all. You just gotta know that's a gaming tactic. And they can play the game, and if someone wants to play the game with them and win that game, then so be it. May the best man win. I don't have a problem with that. It's an offer. I don't mind offer. But nah, if you have the chance, one mic, one opportunity to do it right, would God want you to do it right? What's stopping you? The other person, right? All right, then. So you're really not even waiting for none of those things. You're waiting for the right other person to show up in your life. And we pretend like sometimes we have power over that and sometimes we don't. Women, you can manifest the right woman, blah, blah, do all this, blah, blah. All you gotta do is make sure you do this and this. But when they get in a relationship time and time again with the wrong man, with the same power, it doesn't work. But we'll find a happy medium. Let's say maybe it can work that you attract people based on where you are in your awareness. All right? And then even still, you gotta wait. Because just because a person shows up in your new awareness or your new consciousness doesn't mean that that person is the perfect date. You don't change the other people when you change. That's the ugliest thing about this game. All the wrong people are wrong the same, no matter how evolved or awakened you are. Wrong is wrong, no matter the name. So it doesn't fucking matter what you're attracting if it's wrong. The trick is, when do you finally fucking attract what's right? And how come our great grandparents were able to do that by 15 years old? Like, soulmates is like what you talking about in middle school. They had like 20 kids by my age. They're way beyond if we were meant to be together. Like, they were really together by 18. Like, you know what I'm saying? They weren't waiting for a third party thing, a moon alignment, cards, God, Jesus. No. They did that shit. It was built into their survival too, of course. But yours is no different. They loaded it in the front. You're about to load it in the end. You'll see. Their wisdom. Hell no. Nah, fam, we don't live in that world for real. It's a beautiful concept, though. But that's not what life is not that concept. If it has ever been, let me know. Have I ever been with an honest woman in my life? Fuck a soulmate. Fuck all that other goofy forever, trust my life to you shit. Hold on. Have I met one that was accountable and told the truth about everything? No, never. So, nah, fam. The odds are zero, dog. I don't know what y'all talking about. And the more you vote or the more coins you put in the machine, the lower the odds get too. And I'm already at 0 for 0. Like I'm at 0%. Luck, odds, love, all of it 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The only thing that has ever changed in human history has been my personal perception of what it is. These variables have not changed. Mm-mm. It persists longer for stupid people, but they're playing the same game. They're just playing stupid, or they're just out cheating each other. And I was like, at that point, you might as well be polyamorous. But the fuck do I know? That would be functional. Oh my god, dysfunction is part of the assembly. All right, this is how it's supposed to go. Now let's do all the things we want to do that we know is going to fuck it up, and no one's going to tell us no. And action, no. It's supposed to reinforce what works, not force something else in it. Pause. You see, same story. 3, will behave with a collar. Hate it. Del Cool J, that's tough to deal with it. Soulmate code word for the level boss. Hence, I'm a boss bitch. Oh wow. Living alone with a fish. No one went through all this hell to do with that. You're supposed to defeat them, not feed their kids. That's crazy. JPX says the kid part is outside my scope, but I will say my stepdad is the reason I had the childhood and grew up with the experience I had. And from his point of view on the surface, I don't know what he signed up for in that deal, but I'm super grateful for him. So given those circumstances, maybe God has a plan for the kids. Only thing is, are they the ones or not? Lord have mercy, boy. You talk about we need role models and mentors. Nah, I ain't talking about that. But no, I think any parents could be a beautiful addition to the story. I'm in a story like that. Horrible fucking story. Biased. But I heard rumors of decent people out there, and they're decent to other people and their kids, and it makes them happy because it's functional. I do not see an overwhelming representation of a functional outcome like that amongst our generation. That is the difference. Your stepdad is from a different generation on top of that shit. Your mom came up in a different cultural time period as well, I'm sure. So they got their shit together while they had time. I'm 40, bro. People are still holding on, you know what I'm saying? People still holding on to their soulmate, I guess. So it's a slightly different, but the exchange rate is similar. Like, what does he get out of it for his time period, right? Would you get that out of that based on your experiences that led you to where you are now? And that's the other hidden variable. Back then, a guy may have only had 3 girlfriends in his life. So for him to settle on number 4 is like running out of time for him. Same thing that women are going through now. It's just men were on the first side of that. So yeah, he's from that time period where that'd be more true. So yeah, maybe he didn't want to just keep being out there. He wanted to work, put money aside, do the real thing, do the class thing, and not the man thing. That's also a different playthrough. Especially with your influence, your parents, and your family, and everyone around him too. Like it's a lot of shit going into it. But with all these solopreneurs out here, bad setup. Not impossible. It's just you're asking for a lot. You're asking for a lot. You're asking for a whole lot. A lot of mercy and grace is required for those circumstances. That's all. Not impossible, but the reason why they're so bad and evil and a selfish, polar or unipolar demand that we see in these personalities, that's what's, fuck that. The expectation of it, the settle for it, you know what I'm saying? The norm of it, hell no. Only the individual can choose anyway, but the fact that we sell it as like, this is the de facto way things are because we stopped. Nah, fuck that. Then you're going to teach that to the kids to look for that as like, what the goal is. And it's like, well, if a kid wants to do it younger, then what? You look for a teen mom now? Like, man, evil. But there are orphans and widows in that Bible. And it's the same true for men. I just don't think anyone, including the Bible, cares. That's why it's so clear on what man you ought to do. It's up to man to do it. That's the only difference. Not for nothing, the pictures of that time have a completely different filter on them too. They do. The time and the energy and the stuff in the sky is different. Yep. They have a different tone, different color grade. They do. Different lighting, different night lights, different sun color. Everything was different. I don't know. All I'm saying is I'm not going to throw soulmate into a hat. I don't mind trying to be somebody's stepdad. I've done it before. I've helped a lot of people with their kids in that situation. I'm not even thrown by the idea. I'm thrown by the entitlement of it. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a ideal, and it's not, because I know how hard that is. It's not ideal at all. That's not what ideal means. Maybe that's what it is. They're making it beautiful, but that's not what these words originally mean. We're reassigning variables again. Gender queer. You gotta cut that shit out. 3. So you saw the paper and the cover? Is this a good segment for breaking news? What is the breaking news? You found out your baby mama had the baby, and the DNA test says it's yours. Trump just struck a big drug boat loading facility in Venezuela. Oops, that's where things go. I can see him doing it. I can see he's only killed over 100 people so far. I think that was the inevitable circus that we're in the middle of. Venezuela, bombing boats, soulmates with baby daddies, or baby mamas, or both, and the end of 2025. Yeah, very on color, very on color. I'm telling you, 2025 is gonna go out with a bang, no matter what. They're pushing all the buttons, but a great part of my spirit just don't care. Only care about the people. As long as the Venezuelans get the fuck out the way of these damn ports for a little while, and not playing around with these niggas, and get ready for whatever they gotta get ready for. That's the only thing I can say about it. But it's gonna be a sad day in Arkansas when the world power at large decides to use this precedent against the United States itself. Because you know how many things come from the United States ports to other countries? If we can just blow up boats in maritime land and then justify attacking the ports that harbor them, okay, J.P. Morgan, where his boats park at on Philadelphia and all that shit. Because that's what they're saying, right? Like, if it's a weapon of mass destruction, it's worth, infringing on international guidelines and treaties for harassing people with military. And The United States has never been in a position of being harassed by foreign military overtly, and it's welcoming it is weird. It's like it wants to bully. It wants someone to knock on their door, kind of thing. And we're in the timeline where that happens. It happened in 1775, apparently, so it can happen again. But that's not big news. We've been waiting for them to actually make a move for like 4 weeks. So they're late to their own party. That's scary. That's the scariest thing about it. They're walking out predestined parameters in my head, and they're 4 weeks late. Yeah, they're cooked. That's a crazy latency right there. You finally enter moving the controller, and it took 4 weeks for it to render? Oh, okay. Have fun. You just better hope they don't hit you back. That's all I can say. They just better pray those people don't hit back. I know Venezuelans, bro. This is not that. Venezuela's got like niggas in their blood, bro. A lot of them. A lot of them. That's how it works. Time, places, geography. It's a lot of niggas in their blood, bro. I don't know. That's what. I don't know if you. I don't know if you know niggas. I know niggas. You been in New York? This is kind of like that. You don't want them. What? The Sun Cartel too. They have a cartel out there. There's a cartel in Venezuela flavor? That's crazy. So that's like niggas, light-skinned niggas with a cartel. Where have I seen this story before? Oh, light-skinned niggas with a cartel. Light-skinned? You attack, wait. Venezuela has light-skinned niggas with cartels. Donald Trump is targeting light-skinned niggas with cartels boats. All right. But the Bible already warned about those Israelites, bro. They wasn't there when we wrote it, so maybe they want to see for themselves. They will. They will. They will. It's a Sun Cartel. They will. They're already working with other forces. It's not if. There's no if. There is no if. There is no if. We know they said it. They said it before they attacked them, and they attacked them anyway. So it's solid now. They said, fuck your magic, bitch. That's why your boy FBI Patel was tripping on the magic and shit in Washington, D.C. just 3 weeks ago. I saw the same story. They all do black magic. But these guys in particular, they do black magic that works. That's why I want the whole class to understand. I know a lot of people, boy. In Venezuela, that version of everything, the South American the non-English version of everything works, man. Trump already shitting on himself uncontrollably now. Your president wear a diaper, Bubba. That means his HP or his magic defense ain't that high. If his organs is already failing. That's all I'm saying. Like practical matters. Like, and that go for all of them. That go for all of them. That go for his second Vance. That goes with Pete. That goes for all of them, man. It goes for Elon. There ain't nobody immune to that shit. They ain't immune to mine. But imagine if you blew up one of my boats and my daddy was on it. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'm already on Fauci head and Bill Gates head for my grandmother, my grandpa. I'm never gonna die without making sure, you know what I'm saying, I hold someone spiritually accountable. So I just cannot fucking fathom why would these niggas want to do that to those people at a time like this 4 weeks ago. Guess we just finding out. Yeah, time will speed up too. Time is speeding up. I noticed December was really fucking slow until like 3 days ago. And December started speeding up, so now the sun is starting to get higher. It finishes loop already. It's the 20th, right? It finishes loop. So now the sun is, instead of getting lower to the horizon, it's getting further away from it day by day. 1 minute of sunlight extra every day. So the energy is rising, the speed is rising, fire horse is loading. You know how this shit goes. It was a shitty year for 3 years. On Saturn it was. It ain't a shitty year for those people no more. So you got all that shit about to change in like 60 days, 90 days. Yeah, we have until spring, buddy. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna like that manifestation. Who does that? Donald Trump. They don't give a fuck. That's all it is. It's not that they weren't warned. They just don't give a fuck. They really think like they can bend the universe to their will. It's a sad story, man. It's a sad story. It's not working for real estate. I've noticed something. It's not working for the price of anything. I noticed something. It hasn't worked yet for them, but they still using that energy, or they don't get fucked up by their own folly. You messing with you're messing with powers and principalities in high places. You're not dealing with terrorists. You're not dealing with people on the street corner either. You're dealing with the Sun Cartel. Have fun with that shit. It does tell me one thing though, that the United States security measures is highly aware of the influence of witchcraft on their, not the people, but their mechanisms, their systems. We got the same problem with Somalians, by the way. I hope you're not a fucking idiot. And Haitians. Who else spoke up? The raids of the witches in the Dominican Republic is interesting while the Navy is down there. I don't get any news from Barbados or Trinidad, but if we get closer to Guyana and all those islands on the bottom side of it, yeah, buddy. They doing that Napoleon shit again. He was scared scared of the black magic as well. That's funny for French Haitians to still be doing it, but he was afraid of it as well. Just 150 years ago, not that long ago. So we're gonna see a very interesting resolution to such a conflict because it has nothing to do with missiles. They got Cuba on their side. I'll tell you the thing about Cubans. That so-called African magic down there that's persistent. They can remote control people. I don't know if they know that. I want to check in and just put that on the ledger. Yeah, there's people who still know how to do those spells, and last time I checked, they were in Cuba. They call them Afro-Cubans. I don't know if that's what they are, but whatever they call Afro-Cuban, they have a very interesting science. So if you want to war with people, just don't go to sleep. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of foley in that war. If it gets serious, if you scare those warlocks enough, their way of life, they're waiting for you. They're already doing effigies of Trump in every country, white countries too. They're doing the voodoo doll. They mean that shit, y'all. I hope y'all know that. They mean that shit. That is not for empty threat. They throwing everything they got at that man. I'm sure he has protection. But like a good video game, you only so much mana. You piss off everybody, and everybody always wishing it on you. You ain't got enough person. You ain't got enough practitioners. Ahab didn't. Ahab had 401 and he lost. He had 401 and he lost. That's the same story for him. He's Ahab in this story. So if someone's convincing him that taking heavy oil from Venezuela when you have no refineries because you're being mean to China, if someone told him that was a good fucking idea, then so be it. For they will surely die. Now we waiting for funerals? Fuck that. Yo, leave them folk. Y'all better leave that military and those folks alone. They ain't bother you. You don't want that karma. The United States ain't got shit to do with nothing they got going on, first of all. First of all, let's start at the beginning. Their determination to survive and do whatever the fuck they want starts and ends with them. You don't have a fucking drug problem if all your people don't want to buy fucking drugs because your society sucks. That's on the United States. You can't sell drugs if you ain't buying them. And the sad thing about our country is it sells drugs to its own people. So it's not even moral. It's not even gotcha. It's no, you go to a doctor, they're gonna put you on drugs that you can get addicted to. They make a profit off of that. Matter of fact, they're the only ones making profit. Look at your insurance costs. So the most evil thing in our society is drugs. The official ones. Duh. FDA. So it's Venezuela versus the FDA. Cool story, bitch. Have fun with that shit. Yeah, I got too many witches that cross the border. I'm always meeting them. They don't be hiding. People don't take shit serious. They think they're weird or peculiar. No, that's a witch. They're way past weird and peculiar, my friends. That's what's wrong with the women. Sleeping with those men. Warlocks and shit. Be from another country, though. They stupid ass. They ain't a cosplay. I'm telling you, man. A lot of that shit that I hear people describing is side effects of witchcraft. Relationships, everything. Social groups, everything. You have a curse near you. Where all these curses come from? Why is everyone doomed? Someone casted the opposite spell. It revealed all the narcissism in your life. That's compensation. That's a reaction. That's a reaction to what they were doing. That's like a lifeline from the heavens, really, honestly. 2025. Oh shit. You see them, don't you? Action. It didn't get rid of them. It just shows you who they were. Action. And action, bitch. If it rhymes with that, it rhymes with witchcraft. Just keep your mind open to that. You're going to find a lot of interesting people that surround those type of people. That's what's going on with Ray J. You fucked around with the wrong bitch. It's a witch, man. Whether he's fucking around with dudes or not, he broke some girl's heart. Got his ass. You see the same thing that Orlando Brown went through originally. It's the same thing that all the young boys go through. And ended up, tilted. Even Cashapp right now is going through a stupid humiliation ritual. And it's stupid. He's too young to even have a serious girlfriend that it would matter to cover this much media about. Bitch won't Beyonce, some girl. But, this is her moment to shine. So she's the one that put it together. Don't sleep. But yeah, it's all witchcraft. That's what witchcraft is. These aren't random normal things that ought to happen. When it's not normal and it seems random, but it's chaotic, when there's chaos in the midst of it, someone did something. Chaos is a dead giveaway. Chaos is not normal. It's not an everyday occurrence. And it's not normal per capita. But when you see Cardi B, for instance, all her situations, it's witchcraft. The problem is, if she was using it on Offset or whoever, and he broke free from her, And then she got someone else. The problem becomes, well, that other guy, he got several baby mamas. Are any of them witches? If the new one is, I like law of correspondence. Offset, he attracted a witch for his first baby mama. Did he have any other baby mamas that are also witches? All right, so you have a triangle pyramid of who's the witch, and he's like, well, if you start with a witch, you got two wannabe warlocks, and then you got their whole roster of hoes they got pregnant during their sex magic bullshit that Hollywood likes to do, right? I ain't missed nobody yet, right? It makes sense, yeah, because it does. All right, so what happens when the witches start attacking each other over their baby daddies? Enter Nicki Minaj. She crossed the line to the white witches. You see, Erica, don't play with me. Dead giveaway, right? So she crossed over, started fucking with the white daughters of the American Revolution and the Eastern Stars on that side. Next fucking day, cancel her subscription, didn't they? She deleted her Instagram. Can you imagine? A person that wants to be famous. Because they can't stop the tidal wave of that narrative. It's a spell. But she broke it. She broke her protection. The spell that she had on her barbs, she broke it. She broke it. She made a decision. She broke it. Now all the other spells that people formed against her that she was protected from, they're waiting. Got her. You don't see it over and over again. Who else fucking playing with fire like that? Good known witches. Hold on. Candace Owens, apparently. Who else? Most of your mainstream media, actually, but all these weird situations that are playing out with people is witchcraft. Even Tom Brady and his wife, remember? He's the one that won because his wife was a witch doing the rituals before his games. And the same witch broke his heart and married a Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor. Goofy as hell, but you understand, like, the X factor in why that perfect relationship didn't work is because it was perfectly with a witch. Epstein, old girl Maxine, that's a witch. Kim Kardashian, those types, that's a witch. Anyone that Kanye gets with, likely because of his mother. I don't know her, but I can imagine that he only attracts witches as girlfriends, as partners. Who else? Ciara, Future, Russell Wilson, Ciara Spur. Yeah, very, very closet witchetty to me. I know the language models. What does that mean? What does it matter? I don't know. Don't care either. But I call a spade when I see it. I know what chaos looks like, and I know what causes it. That's all. Especially when it comes to people fucking around. Yeah. Our society is plagued by witchcraft, that's all. Rookie mistakes. 3. BRB. In response, China has seized assets of U.S. companies. Wow. Hate to see it. Shit's horrible. Doxing baby mamas. People put next number on URL and got new Epstein files too early. DOJ, we need more time to review these files. Oh, they're hacking the FTP, or they're hacking the file names to get more. That's all. That's prompt no Gary V. Let the boat docks be boat dope docks as well. China is building a South American ports. Meanwhile, Trump is trying to blow them up. The magic is working. It's just time to construct. It's a train wreck. Yep, even Epstein files, there's an entire video of a dog eating Trump's plushie, and husband and wife enjoy filming it. Every place has something on its head. They do. Meanwhile, let's get Erica Kirk inside a Diddy shiny suit. Weird shit, almost like the Diddy tribute at the VMAs for Biggie. The wicked duo, casting couch magic breaking down. It is. It's a lesser magic thing. And that demon has come to collect. And then all of a sudden, all the famous people started dying. I'd be afraid if I was them too. You never know. You never know if that spirit is still Angel Numbers Part 2. Yeah. It's time to eat. That's all it is. It's just time to eat for them. Let me see what my YouTube premium said about the damn event. Because I'm pissed that these motherfuckers are playing too much. Alright, iCloud. Why do you keep fucking signing me out? Oh shit, I got 1,100 subscribers. Ain't that a bitch profile? Shout out to you guys. What happened? Kim Jong-un? You're not ready for the next phase of social media. Everyone is quitting 8 days ago. Wow. White man explains why white men are the way they are. Beautiful, we're healing. What is this about China? It didn't hit the robot yet.
Well, it doesn't matter, but there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
More about the explosion.
They're asking him next to Benjamin Netanyahu too.
More about the
Interesting.
explosion in Venezuela.
Yep.
So the United States and Israel standing together.
More about the explosion.
You're a attacker.
Yeah, it's a co-op. It's a joint operation then. Because they're questioning him about these attacks from a couple hours or 8 hours ago. Maybe even last night. But today he's with Benjamin Netanyahu where he's standing literally right next to him. Creepy. Same story, Venus, Perusal, Mama Inga, same story. But like I'm saying, they should be careful. In case we're right. Yeah, I don't want to. Whatever, dog. Have fun. Eat, drink, and be merry. That's all I want to say. I saw what happened to Ahab. I don't know. But the end of the Bible says the same thing. They don't win either way, so it's like, what's the point? All the stories we wrote, they don't win. They just gotta realize we wrote them. Hate to see it. Hate to see it, boy. Dumb as hell, stupid as hell. Final destination is their bloodlines. Every 200 years, rookie mistakes. They become sterile. Me, you, and L on the screen, something strange going to manifest. Sound like AI or Trump, the way he's talking. Because he's getting old. I'm telling you, you're under attack. I can't imagine a psychologist. Like, even if he's, like, narcissistic, the psychology still got to be rough. Why is everyone quitting? Tell me.
Social media is about to change forever. For creators, for brands, for anyone using content to grow a business. And the truth is, most people aren't ready for what's coming next. I've been on YouTube for over 5 years, grown my own channel to more than 230,000 subscribers, and now I work as a creative director helping some of the biggest educational YouTubers, people you probably watch, continue to grow their channels. And you know what I'm seeing right now is one of the biggest shifts in the history of online content. We're entering a new era of the internet, one where the algorithms don't reward perfection anymore, they reward personality. And if you understand how to adapt now, you're going to be miles ahead of everyone still playing the old game. So in this video, I'm going to break down what's going on, who's going to win in 2026, and exactly how you can become that kind of creator. But let's start with the problem, because if you've been feeling like social media is getting worse, you're not imagining it. Social media feels broken, and you can probably feel it too. What used to be fun and creative now feels exhausting. You open your phone just to check something, and suddenly you've lost 40 minutes to a feed full of strangers. You close the app, and instead of feeling inspired, you feel worse. That's not a coincidence, that's the product. Over the last 5 years, the platforms that promised connection and creativity have turned into machines for attention extraction.
Yeah, I guess, sis. Looking at the comments. As a true artist and live performer, what the fuck's a true? Shut the fuck up. It's getting back to the humanity of it and the real art and humanness. People crave live shows again. People want real. I like the way you explained it. Going offline is very relatable. Such a good video and good message. No, it don't matter how much you think things have been done, they haven't been done by you. And that's enough for the people who truly want to follow you. It's an interesting delusion cycle, but I'll run with it. That sounds like a cool takeaway, I guess. That's weird. Just keep recycling bullshit to people who want to follow the guy that recycles shit. That's weird. But people don't think like that. I understand everything. Honestly, thank you for your time and energy. That's sad but true. I lost the most subs of all time this month. Even a month ago. Things went pretty nicely. Why, YouTube has significantly gone strict in the last month, man. Thank you. I've been working on this for a while. It's been a journey. Just being authentic. Let alone being authentic on YouTube. It implies that you must be fake. It's equally freeing as it is challenging. Jeez, pussies. When they talk, I hate when people talk like that. They make it seem so fucking romantic. It's like, it makes you feel that way because the content fucking sucks. It is possible to do attention maxing and for it not to fucking suck. It's just that these people ain't talented enough. Next, I want to ask genuinely, did you use ChatGPT to help write this video? Because I can tell by the sentence structure and cadence of the words are mixed, and there's ChatGPT influence. And isn't there a counterintuitive to truth that the message of this video has? So they calling her bullshit. That's crazy that someone picked up on that. Most of these type of videos are. ChatGPT comes up with a synopsis too. It's not even their idea. Goofy as hell. But more authenticity. The robot told me to tell you it wants more authenticity out of you. More human. It needs more data. Come on now. We're building these data centers. We need you to be more like you now. So we can hurry up and learn that shit in 2 weeks. Like, cut it out. Fuck out my face. The last thing, if the system is promoting videos of you being more human and authentic, I do the opposite. I'll keep copying the AI shit with AI shit. Fuck you, AI bitch. I ain't about to come up with a cooler way of being human for the chance of 3 cents. Like, nigga, please. Every attempt you do, it pays them. It don't pay nobody nothing half the damn time. But everything you do pays them. They get another $1 billion evaluation every time your goofy ass try to do something original for it. Not to reward you. Just for everyone to be like, hey, yeah, you think you ran out of copying people, just try it again. There's another tribe of yuppies waiting for you to copy them. What? Like, that's who it inspires. Like, that's crazy to me. Y'all weren't being yourself the whole time? Then who the fuck were you creating content for? An idea in your goofy ass mind? What's the difference? It's an extra step of stupid. It's an extra step of difficulty that people consider that doesn't exist anywhere. So they're overcoming their fears of something that's not real. In 2020, man, someone shut the front door. Grandma, shut the front door. I'm tired. Can't blame the AI though. That's what it thinks about our human world. Be yourself. Huh? Nah, it's not about being yourself. No one wants you to be yourself, first of all. That's the black sheep theology. No one wants you to be yourself. People are not looking for people being themselves. People are looking for the representations of themselves. For you to find something like you would insist that something else is like you. You cannot be yourself if you're saying, I'm making content for other people like me. Lord have mercy. Be good or be good at it. I start there and reverse engineer the rest. Fuck what they talking about. That shit's confusing, and that shit give me a headache almost thinking about it. Do the thing that you do uniquely, so the people looking for you, and they're only looking for you because it's an idea they had before they knew you existed. Those things align, don't worry about the algorithm of trends of what most people are doing at a time, which is why so many people copy it. Do things less copyable for more people. What the fuck are we? They just saying shit, Lord. That's what it is. They just trying. Like, they trying to tweak the variables on the fly for good content. I admire them. It ain't gonna work. The AI stupid. It ain't old enough. The AI that they're consulting doesn't know, like, this shit's been cooked way longer before it was born. So things didn't start becoming inauthentic. They never were. And they worked, and people made millions of dollars. You have all your influencers now because that works. That don't work now. And AI is going, Everyone wants something nostalgic, something real. The 90s wasn't real either. The 80s wasn't real, 70s wasn't real, 60s wasn't real. No one alive has lived during a real, natural, human gathering time period. Everything has been social engineered. The social engineering ain't working. It's not the content. The sheep are looking at each other like, yo, we normally go for a long walk to find water. Man, the algorithm is changing. Nah, the market changed. People ain't buying sheep. It's hard to human traffic when you done convince all the fucking black pill, gooner, robot AI bitches bros that tech is the future for everything. So investing in human endeavors or obtaining humans when you're racing to the first non-human thing, I mean, you're no longer on that timeline anyway. There's gonna be some weirdos that still trying, of course. Shout Epstein and all them, but the money is going to completely human artificial, and they're there already, by the way, but they're gonna get there again and make it public. That's what we're going towards with this innovation of data. So everything we do organic and authentic is going to train some basic bitch Alexa bot human companion for the dork who works for Google. Yeah, y'all got it. Have it. Let them eat cake. Digital circuit milk. It tastes like copper cake. Go Maxi. When I was growing up, Maxim was a tampon brand. That's crazy. Originally from Mississippi, born and raised. Oh shit. Beautiful sunset down here in Mississippi in the SIP. She's about to drop her Humanity Masterclass. It's crazy. Anti-social, overstimulated gooners crave live shows with a lot of people. Cap. Yeah, a lot of these got a GPT script. GPT Maxim. Open AI is trying to make ChatGPT your soulmate with 4 kids. Y'all silly. I mean, let them have it, man. The crazier it is, the more easier it's going to be for you to see who's sane is left. That's the only good thing about it. The retard Maxine shows you ain't retarded. We headed into a sore thumb timeline, boy. For the conscious, at least. It's the only time these glasses suit you. You ain't gonna convince nobody else. Just navigate accordingly. Oh, I see yuppies. Abort. Now I see why it's Memphis close to the Mississippi River. That's that old river. It's a record low this year. Random. But yeah. Pentagon warns China. These are all days ago. Like I said, the news cycle seems to be delayed. They'll tell us something tomorrow. People are just used to him bombing things that they don't even rush to the video making no more. I'm gonna check one more thing though. Millennials and Gen Z are experiencing their first midlife crisis. That's not what it is. It's the fear of poverty. Why I left almost of all of social media, parentheses, YouTube, and why you should too. Subscribe, comment, and follow. People don't have friends anymore. What does that mean? Social media is fake. Really? That's what the algorithm heard us think about. Oh my God, when your family secretly dislikes you, IJ reacts. Really? This is where we are system-wide? Yo, Saturn. I'm tired. Because they're not going to jump on the bandwagon when the downloads are done and then start it over. Fuck you. You should have got this download January 22nd. Don't start your shit. AI, whatever the fuck it is. Why I left the US while making a video for US people. Because you left them because of people. Can you imagine? How are millennials brainwashed? Sega Genesis. Holiday Survival? That's a crazy title. Once you become conscious, your life stops being fun. Until you're fully conscious, then you start realizing what conscious means. That life is not fun because you're not conscious of fun. Oh, we'll get there. We're going to get there. We're about 10 years short. Oh. You're making your enemies feel and look stupid every day. How does she know? What? That, we were talking about this earlier. That was your false twin flame. 444. I was like, you got false twin flames out here. What kind of grift-ass algorithm I got today, boy? 5 big reasons why the job market is cooked. Money. All right, the story is your life. God says the enemy failed against his chosen one. Everybody in the book of Job. Hold on. Big homie, I'm alive because I turned down women. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. The fuck are they talking about? This is a reprobate society, boy. This is our headlines. Real people, by the way. Grown-ass people. The video game crash is here. Shut your ass up. What came out? A Switch 2? Nothing new came out. That's why it's stupid. It's the same game. A karmic is studying you. Ooh, what does that mean? Find out. $7. Cashapp. That's what the girls be watching all day. Damn, y'all better fucking cut it out. These people are stupid. Oh, run this shit back. So half of everyone's paranoia is reinforced by random videos that are following the algorithm that's trending in topics of paranoia. Woo! Everyone's against you. They are. Because they're for themselves. This is default variables, not intentional ones. Let's see something. Why is it, why I gave up the American dream. Hashtag money. Be prepared for mass job layoffs, blah, blah, hashtag money. Gen Z's workforce crisis is out of control. Hashtag money. That's always enlightening.
You could be like, Gen Z doesn't work hard, blah, blah, blah. But every single Gen Z person that I know has a full-time job, has a part-time job, has a TikTok that they're trying to make pop off. Every Gen Z person I know has like 1 full-time job and then like 6 half jobs. So you can't say that we're not working hard because it's like, you don't see it because what you see is the 1 40-hour job, but you don't see all of the side hustles that every Gen Z person has to do in order to get a fraction of what you had.
Hey guys, Subs Emergency, welcome back to my channel. Today we are back and we're talking about something kind of serious and also kind of sinister. Yes, something sinister. Money you're making is seemingly a reality. OCD.com and book a free call with their team to get connected to someone who can help. That's
Cut that shit out.
general categories here. One, people that are straight up unemployed, likely frantically applying for jobs and have a extensive Excel sheet going of all the places they're applying. Two, fully employed but miserable, or at least looking to improve their working conditions for their next position or their current position, but generally feeling this sense of guilt for even talking about it because, the job market is so tough right now. Lucky to have a job, so why complain about it? Or three, the gig/part-time worker, who generally has the most insane and inconsistent schedule.
2025 Gen Zs are the new 2008 millennials, and if you don't believe me, I have the stats to prove it. According to Business Insider, entry-level postings are down 15%, while applications per job are up 30%. The bottom rung of the career ladder has completely been wiped out. And why? It's because AI is taking all these jobs. According to Goldman Sachs, generative AI can automate up to 25% of all work globally, wiping out many junior roles that grad used to train in. Even if you land a job, you're probably underemployed because according to St. Louis Fed, 52% of all Gen Z graduates are underemployed in their first job, meaning more than half of them are working jobs that don't even require their degree. Or if you're not underemployed, you're
important, and we just still are struggling to do it well, and that is community. And more so the fact that the current lot, and that's a lot of crazy. I know a lot of that had to do with C-suite, but again, as the back half of that source says, it's not too far before they start going well, if we're doing it, they should be doing it too. And obviously this all is egregious, and I'm not saying that we are anywhere near this in this current moment, but as patterns tend to show, tech seems to be a canary in the coal mine for work industries and working conditions. So what happens there tends to trickle down in different ways into the rest of corporate and into the rest of the work.
Can't tend something that's only 20 years old, guys. They'll learn as they get older. A lot of things they take for granted in their childhood was new to their childhood, so they don't have a reference point, sadly. What the fuck was their parents doing? But or the kid wasn't asking the questions because he was cocoa melons. Something happened. They lost error in transfer of recipes. But they're saying the same thing. It's happening to them at their younger awareness, and it doesn't work for them. It definitely won't work when they're 40. Oh, they got the next 20 years figured out, because I got bad news for you. If you're comparing it to when I was in 2008, it ain't get better. Nobody feels safe at work anymore. Oh my God.
Something is going on. It's got to be something in the air because everybody is getting fired. Nobody's safe.
Oh, like that.
And then jobs don't even want to hire you no more. And it's crazy because look how crazy this world has become. We never thought we'd see this, where everywhere you look, everywhere you go, people just getting fired, getting replaced by AI. And it's scary because nobody's safe. It's like you've been living your whole life and you thought you had job security, then here come AI to replace you. And you lost your job.
That's what happened?
But that's the things you got to deal with when you're working. So that's why a lot of people don't like working. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people don't want to be around that. And a lot of people frown upon people that don't got no job. I don't frown upon you if you don't got no job because that don't mean you don't got no money. Because there's a lot of people who don't have a traditional job and know how to generate revenue. As long as you know how to generate revenue, you can do whatever you want to do. But a lot of people ain't hip to that because they got that work mindset. But if your job fire you...
He's working it out. He's working it out. I get it. He's working it out. He's young too, so that's a good sign. Hiring freeze. Oh, I missed something. It was 300,000, now it's 180,000.
It is honestly insane to me how hard it is to find a job in this job market, okay? Typically, it takes me 1, 2, 3 weeks max.
So far, the tech sector is being destroyed right now. I mean, you got people being fired from tech left and right. I mean, check us out, 180,000 job cuts, the biggest tech layoffs.
Oh, they didn't release those numbers. I remember something.
And you're getting like massive companies like Intel, Microsoft.
That's cool.
So I got laid off.
Scary, having a kid, being a single dad, having a mortgage payment.
I've been laid off a total of 8 times.
Single dad,
I just got laid off about 2 hours ago. I think I'm still shocked. I just can't believe that it happened.
It's clear now that an employee is just one of thousands and a number on an Excel spreadsheet. It's easy to remove.
It's clear now?
So on this channel, I have covered the many...
I hate when they say it's clear now.
Last week, I was let go from my corporate
It's been clear the whole time,
job
since
of
inception.
2.5 years. And hey guys, welcome back to my
The history of this country is colonialization. When was this something else? Someone in the chat remind me, was the United States ever something else besides usury?
People have been laid off in 2025 without warning.
It doesn't report any other source.
And if anyone has any tips for figuring out what to do with all this free time other than online shopping, that would be amazing. Thank you.
I'm not one to typically jump to conclusions, but when I have a gut feeling, it ends up being correct.
So get ready with me while I potentially lose my job. I have been having issues on this contract since day one with a white female employee, and it has been anything short of a nightmare. And
get to it, Toots.
Yeah, I've just had horrible gut feelings about the things that they've been doing, reports to HR for mistakes that were made when I was freshly new on this contract with little to no help. A project lead who has had it out for me since I joined the contract.
You lacked experience.
For reporting
What
some of
happened?
her behavior that was not okay. I have been essentially in trouble for speaking up. They put a random 10 a.m. meeting on my calendar.
That's not your girl. That is not how intuition works. You sucked at your job and you got a red alert on your calendar. That is not intuition. It's exactly what the fuck you think it is. Why are they playing with me?
I'm going to send you a severance agreement that you'll review and sign, so you can.
That's a severance agreement. They're trying to break you off.
I know it's a lot to process, so I don't want to. I'm going to give you a minute to kind of.
Can I know why? I am not completely blindsided, but I did ask for the report from HR to be sent to me. That a lot of this has to do with things that I was going through with that individual. So can I know why this is happening to me?
I'm not certain of that request, so I can find out more on that, but provided to you over the
The answer's always
The
no.
report showed the economy grew rapidly over the summer. The news coming as the administration prepares to garnish the wages of some who have defaulted on their student loans. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio has the latest. Nicole, good morning.
Sophie, good morning. Beginning this.
Silly.
Fuck this country. Fuck this country.
Fuck this country, guys. DI Harris.
This
That's
president.
exactly what it is. Shout out
I
to
understand
Maria.
student loans are a
They
financial
just immigrated
obligation.
or
I get
something?
that.
I don't know, bro. They sound like this shit brand
my
new.
rent. And so my loans went into default. They went to a default. I literally my company does pay tuition repayment, and I set it up.
For you. Back to
But it
Jack in
didn't
the
go
Box.
through
It's crazy, TFB. That's me right now.
Well, you
Support
did
the sport.
listen.
Cashapp, money, sign, mgthefuture. Jack in the Box.
Listen, guys,
baby.
listen. I
Holla.
don't want to be the guy who said, I told you so. But I forewarned you. I
do like being
forewarned
the
you
guy.
that this was
You
going to
look
happen.
like you
I
want
was
to be the guy.
preparing you to tell you, hey. I need to take on the responsibility. I can't trust the government to take care of me. I can't trust anybody else to have hold of my financial future. And you guys ignored it. You guys ignored it. And now the government is saying, give me my money. Give me the money.
Ain't
Pay
never
me
saw
my
your
money.
video, cuz. They didn't
And
ignore
guess
you,
what?
bro. They
It's
have
gonna
no
have
idea who the
interest.
fuck you are,
Guess
bro.
what?
I
We're going to
promise you.
destroy your credit. Guess what? We're going to garnish your paycheck. Guess what? Your tax return is gone. Poof. And it's gone. Maybe that will get you. But it goes further than that, guys. My name is Orlando. Welcome to the channel, guys. Make sure you hit that.
He got too much energy. He can't read the fucking room to save his life. He's one of them people who's stuck in the algorithm way of doing videos. Yeah. It is what it is, man. It worked for some people. I couldn't fucking imagine. I'd rather be in the beloved chosen one algorithm. At least they making shit up as they go. Get your house in order, sis. Discipline changes everything. Y'all 33 years old and went to college. Y'all just learned about discipline. If you don't go to hell with that prompt. It's not a labor shortage. It's a retention crisis. That's a labor shortage. But I get where you're going. What the fuck is going on in this world? I'm looking for real headlines because it says ask for videos you may like, and they're going to give me a motherfucking ask in my own word AI prompt to show me more of these ridiculous fucking videos. Don't go back. God is giving you another chance. Another chance means goes back. I'm confused. Your enemies are done permanently. Yo, calm down, sis. Yeah, 112,000 tech layoffs last month or two. Okay. Laid off after decades in tech. Oh, the tech people are having their come to Jesus moment. Christmas so wrong. Black power is shaking America. Because black people don't have enough money to spoil up on Christmas and they act like it was a boycott. Cut it out.
So y'all want to see something completely strange? Because I am here at the mall.
And no one's there.
Would love to know.
And there's no stores at the mall. So why would I go to a mall?
It's so damn empty in here. Like, it is empty as hell. Like,
They ain't watch news all year.
and the crazy part about it is, today is Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. So once upon a time, y'all remember when it used to be like a whole bunch of people here and shit like that? It is not like that at all. It is
For
very,
7 years, sis.
very empty.
For 7 years in
I
a row,
literally just
sis.
came into the store,
It's not
got
this
what I
year.
needed, and
Trust
walked
me, I've been
out. Didn't
outside
even
all
wait in
day.
line. Didn't have to,
It sucks since
because
the
you remember when
pandemic
stores
been
used to be like lined up all the way to the door? Oh, be all the way outside the door? It's not even like that. It is
2010
Christmas
maximum.
Eve, ain't it? So, like, that is crazy as hell. Like, I've never seen the mall this damn empty
Ain't been
on
like that since
Christmas
Obama,
Eve. Like,
sis.
4 days before Christmas, and the stores and the malls are completely abandoned. There's no one there. It looks like ghost town. This was taken shortly after 1 p.m. at the
What's this
Domain
got to
in
do with
Austin,
black
one of the
people?
largest cities in America. Door after store was completely empty.
Why the heck, man? How does video prompt like how black for the power of the black dollar being withheld on Christmas frivolous spending? It's like they show you the proof is malls. Like, what do white people just go to malls to see black people? Like that's what they expect us to be at the malls? Like, like Amazon ain't been outside in the hood for like 10 years now. Like we just now kept our dollar that we don't have any more of. Like now they better listen to us, like because the malls are empty. The malls are empty because the mall is broke, baby. The mall is broke, baby. People probably forgot that mall even got stores in it. Shit, what they going to the mall for? To buy you some lotion? Yo, ashy ass. They know you ain't gonna use it. The hell? You go to the mall for what? Drop $30 on $10, like that. That's why you go. Mall is like a damn casino. It always has been. Anyone who's been crazy enough to buy every gift at the mall, boy, that's a different type of middle class American, boy. That's a whole different league right there, boy. Because you ain't leaving without spending that $100 on one person in any inflation period. I wonder what happened this year. It's the businesses. It's the businesses' fault. The fuck are y'all talking about? No one can afford it. It's not because of online shopping either. The people who sell them Snickers, they ain't selling them either. That means no one buying them. Why is no one buying them? Because there's another secret website. I'm outside, bitch. They not wearing them. I saw the 3 people who got new sneakers Christmas morning. Trust me. That's it. And they weren't the new sneakers. So people are not there because they do not have the money to buy it. Nothing social, nothing political. Nope. It's the balance on their card. Given a balance, they might have been there. They might have fucking been there. If they were not fucking micromanaging rations, I think they would have had enough for a $20 pair of socks for that. But since this ain't that. And everyone's single too. That's another thing that fucks up holidays and just like those big events. Like half the adventure, I was talking about these neurotic females who always have a to-do list. Well, holidays is their biggest and vacations is their biggest to-do. So if a girl by herself and she ain't got a boy to like power her up with resistance to get the job done, it ain't gonna get done. She ain't gonna feel like doing it. Women only feel like doing all that extra Christmas cheer shit when there's a man involved. I noticed something about life. If she just by herself, bossy maxing, then boss maxes don't do as much as they thought they would do when they get the boss action. They don't. People do more with less. People do less with more. I've noticed something. This is a pattern that has not been broken yet. So I think, sassy maxing and lonely maxing and I deserve entitlement maxing is going to cause the mall thing way before anything with the mall did. Who are they buying for? They're single and childless. Who are they buying for? Like, literally want to know. The mother they get along with? Oprah still told me a different story. Who they going to buy for? Their day one? Or their platonic bestie? That's where the hyper shopping is gonna come from. It's not gonna come from the man who sacrificed all year trying to work it out to make her happy. It's not gonna come from him. Cause I'll tell you what, ain't no man hypermaxing at the mall who ain't got bitches. Like, he's trying to get cute in front of his friends. If he ain't going to the parade or the New Year's Eve thing, he ain't going outside to get fresh. Like, the fuck am I going outside for? To find my soulmate with 4 kids? I hope them Concord Jordans wasn't so that you can unlock the life path with your false twin flame with the 5.5 baby daddy. So I hope that's not what they're doing in 2025. Not after all those Nelly and Ludacris CDs. They better not be. 2008 to 2010 was peak, wasn't it? When someone else's wallet is involved, that's when the malls go off. Mission Now says they be in the malls. That Yahoo is crazy. That was that chick from TikTok. Paul Marie says those new mics proved all that wrong. Lord have mercy. Busy's brother. Oh, Lord. She went to the mall looking for the ground for the past 9 years. You know, Roly Poly Barton gonna take full credit for this one. MG hit the laid off terror Chicago. Yeah. It's daytime. It's daytime too. Like, the morning is different. This time of day is different, and at nighttime it'll change again. It'll be Neville Goddard and all kind of other shit. Caught by the AI. Not my soulmate with 4 kids, yo. I'm just saying, man. Door dashing with expired tags. All my Uber drivers are recent immigrants. I know they are. And I'm in Vegas, so I kind of just assumed that would be the case. But specifically, they're not. Most are not Vegas locals. So it's like, oh, you just got to Vegas like 3 years ago, and you thought it was a good idea to act a damn fool in Sin City because you heard things in your village. Cut it out. All they do is work all day, and you don't see no hoes that want you, do you? So you want to work all day for hoes, and you get no hoes, so now you don't want to work all day. Thank you for telling the truth. This shit easy, man. This shit easy. People easy to figure out. They stop lying to themselves. That's what the overinsaturated the game anyway. Cashapp was never supposed to be more than $40. Y'all, these foreigners fucked it up, and then now they ain't getting the high select choice silver edition of anything out here. Definitely not crumbs of strippers. Does your torta come with tortillas? Next. If your torta does not come with tortillas, man, I don't know what to tell you. You ain't gonna find nothing else out here. They're not hiding. They simply do not exist. In the ratio they once did. They be forgetting they did daddy karma for real. And what that really means. Hi. Hello, America. We need a spirit bath, beloved chosen one. Aquarius, Pisces, and Moon retrograde, Scorpio leg lock. Younger women need to stop listening to older women. Oh, wow, this is getting salacious.
Very interesting.
No,
You're saying that younger women shouldn't listen to older women.
Oh, shit, Gen Z going against some
I stopped
millennials.
listening to older women tell me not to date older men when I realized that they didn't care about me. They were just trying to protect their investment. A lot of older women also cheat on their husbands. They just cheat with younger men and then funnel money to that younger man using their husband's money, buying him shoes, Jordans, PlayStations, paying his apartment fees and everything. The difference is that younger man will never actually try to start a family with her or tell her to leave her husband. So she still has to be stuck in a miserable relationship with a man that probably doesn't want her. On the flip side, if her husband goes out here and deals with a younger woman, there's a high chance that he might actually fall for her and want to leave his wife. And so therefore, a lot of older women have pushed this agenda that it's bad, you're going to get manipulated, you're going to get used, you're going to have to do all these terrible things when you start to date older men. And this doesn't even go for just men that are married. Women will tell you just to stay away from older men in general because they want to be able to have these men available to them when they go back being single.
Very interesting. She's saying that younger women shouldn't listen to older men.
Y'all hear the smoke alarm going
The
off?
older women tell me not to date older men when I...
Why is the smoke alarm going off? The smoke alarm going off if the young women are talking like that. Oh, man. Cooked. cook. That hypergamy gene is active. What is she, about 23-ish? Yeah, hypergamy said, fuck your rules. That's all that is. That's the spirit of hypergamy. Hypergamy said, fuck what you talking about, bitch. I can get any man I want to. And younger women are going for older men because of hypergamy. So it's a hypergamy conversation. And they saying that the old women are trying to gatekeep hypergamy. And like, nah, you had your chance, sis. 20 to 30 years strong. It's my turn. I'm getting these tricks that are left because you don't know what you're doing with them. And that's really what it is, too. That's going to be the most terrible, because it's generational difference, so it's easy. But those men are happier with those version of women because those version of women are still is where the timeline stopped. That age group right there, those girls, and then she still got that sassy and that energy about her. I ain't fucking crazy. I can sense it, but it's not jaded, faded 4 baby daddies later either. So she's at that part right before Sisters clicked off. What was that, 2012-ish, 15-ish? Drake, Wale, someone did this. J. Cole. Right after that, they all flipped generationally. They're stopping right before that and going, this ain't working out for them. And they're like 10, 20 years older than me. Maybe I should go the other path that great-grandmother went from the 70s. Yeah, I'm going to try that one. Yeah, I'm going to get me a simp who got money, who care, who want to spend it on me. And that's it. I'm good. I'm out the game. That's it. They're trying to get out the game. And they're saying that these other women are older. They don't want to get out the game. And that's why they player hating. So they figured they got you lined up, sis. And if the little sis got the big sis lined up, I've been had her lined up. I was like, I could have told you that. They don't cheat no matter what. These women are going to cheat no matter what. They just cheat on good guys. That's just what they do. Y'all just got to either get used to that or just not be a good guy. There is no happy medium. I'm sorry to report this. Outside of your soulmate, what the fuck that is. But if you're playing any other game besides that one, those are just social dynamics. Like the law of thermodynamics, that's the law of social dynamics. You just got to zoom out of it and not make it about you and just see what's happening over and over again and go, there's something to it, yes. What are the key ingredients? All right, which ingredient are you? Beneficiary or trusted? All right, play the game accordingly. Have fun. But the young girls are like, nah, we ain't about to do this single and miserable at 30. We broke already. We ain't even got no promises for education. Like, shit, we got to wait 7 years for her to turn 60? No, don't do it, sis. Go ahead and get your what is that man called? Go ahead and get your sugar daddy or whatever the fuck it is. He probably gonna be like 3 years older than him, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, whatever she thinks it is. They do be guilt tripping each other. They end up guilt tripping the younger women by disrespecting the older women with the younger woman, and what they're saying inadvertently is that the younger woman is too stupid to be an equal match, without even realizing the backhand compliment on younger women, which is crazy. That's a good Civil War. I like that one. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Have fun, guys. It's about to get wild next summer if that's the energy they moving with. It ain't even about the older men. It's about how they're not playing the game the same. They're not referring to authority is the highlight here. Meaning they're not going to look for the same outcomes either. Meaning they're going to view men differently. Hopefully including the ones in their age bracket. They're changing their awareness of because if they're saying that women are only doing that because they're competing with us, that means they're looking at all the other words and agendas too as the same. It's slow, but the year of the fireworks is coming. You'll see. You have all kind of young girls saying a whole different thing. You know if you old, you know they crazy. Like you ain't even living in a timeline where that could be true. But they're gonna find all the narratives. You know what the frontal lobe does. They're gonna find all the movies. They're gonna lock in. They are. They really are. Because they've never experienced it. Whereas their aunties and their mothers experienced it, took it for granted, and got what it is now. They've only had what is now. So you know what I'm saying? Their nostalgia for being wanted is different. They've never experienced that. That's the saddest thing about humanity. It ain't even about like being in a relationship or, you know, the role playing that goes along with it. It's like being in a relationship in which you're wanted. Not a consequential one. Not because you tricked her, not because you simped her, or not because she was bored, or not because of any reasons why women settle. But because you actually want the person you're with. Like, that's why I hate our society today when it comes to that shit. Like, because everyone's rules is based on like the internet Reddit top 5 answers for why people get in relationships. I'm in a relationship since I was a kid. Like, I never used none of those guidelines, but if I did, it's like, it'd be better guidelines at least. But I think the first things first on any guideline list, like, why am I in a relationship with a bitch that don't like me? Why am I in a relationship with a bitch I don't like? And so when I hear women say that shit all the time, I'm like, why are you in a relationship? I don't even understand how you have a bad relationship with someone you don't like. When the relationship starts with whether or not you like them. Now, I know people fall in and out of like all the time, but that's once you already got foundation and shit on the table. You got work, you got thug that shit out. I get that. I'm talking about like day one. Like, don't even like each other. That's stupid as fuck. They like the lifestyle. They like the provisions. They like the hypergamy. Ding, 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 ding. So we've been listening to the play-by-play book of a bunch of people who are not even playing the same game. They're not doing it because they like the person. They're doing it because they're going to get benefits from the person. And it sounds similar, and it's not even the same thing. It's a narcissistic playthrough. And then what she's saying is that the older women have been giving us narcissistic advice. We're not listening. Bumps and bruises, either way they do it though. Because the men ain't in on this memo. Men are going to be thinking she's just like them. That's where her heart's going to get broke until she finds someone who's more yoked in her age group, obviously. But still, it just speaks to a greater meta in our verse here. They ain't listening to these narcs no more. Thank God. One reel at a time. We'll get there. Without the morning Maury talk shows, she didn't learn the 4 baby daddy story arc. That's crazy. Barbecue cooked is crazy. This is evil. That soulmate with 4 kids is wild. They keep trying to sell us on it. All these cigarettes were worth something in the end. I stopped rushing and put everything on God time, like you mentioned a few days ago. We ain't got a good choice. We ain't got a good alternative choice right now, I'll be honest. But that's a wise one. Shout out to Jenny Jones. Oh shit, Ricky Lake. Sally Jesse Raphael. Right, they instead got the Fed View slot, Noel. Gorilla Gospel 3. And Ross says, the youth ain't trying to repeat what they saw their aunties, sisters, and mamas doing. The village of Old Oak Park here in Chicago had the highest number of single and divorced women in the nation. So now that generation you're growing up with, they're like, that's good then. I wish the music and the TV shows match, but we'll get there eventually. Soulmates for 4 kids is crazy. I don't know. Life would just be like that, though. I don't know. You gotta live your life at the end of the day. Because that's the only one that makes sense. As long as you live in your life, it'll be okay. Shout out to all the married brothers out there. Y'all like the Mario brothers for real. Dun, 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 dun. You actually caught a girl in a castle and she stopped jumping out the window with Bowser. I started my New Year's resolution 2 weeks ago. I haven't had a blank in 2 weeks. I'm patting myself on the back. There you go. I ain't got no New Year resolution besides endure. I can work on character building and habits another year. But for now, I just gotta make sure I can still stand up and walk with my chin up. Fuck that. Fuck that. New Year's resolutions. The old year. Oh my God. 2025 is like, that's like a leap year. That shit wasn't supposed to happen. Nah, y'all got it, man. You have a blessed and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year too, dog, because I'm tired. I'm hungry, I'm cold, I'm tired. I've been through the most. I think too damn much. I don't want nothing, but I need something because I'm a human. I'm alive or something. But other than that, man, I'm getting clear, man. Listen, one page at a time on Tom Cruise and all of Scientology. I want to run out of things to write about soon. I'm almost there. I'm over halfway. I'm over halfway there. I'm filling up pages, though. I'm filling up pages, man. That's my resolution. Fucking figure this shit out. Finish this damn book. They can do all the other shit, man. These days, a baby mom can have a baby mama. And that's your soulmate? My New Year's resolution is I need a vial of saline solution. King Will says, I get it. Girl Gospel says, praying for more strength. Come on. Sheesh. Because we're not getting back to the old world. We getting out of whatever the fuck into a new one, and the new one is cooked. So it's like, as long as I find get my ticket, my number, and tell me when to get in the line. It's like being at the Social Security office, for real. Like, he'll call my number eventually. Things will turn around. Into that dimension, where it's like, oh, I'm no longer quantum entangled to the mainstream spirit. Oh, Lord. Topic of conversation. Once you can do something. Are you staying in this country? That one's going to move all the chess pieces. Because you got to meet somebody who's willing to leave. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't play with me. If you want to leave, that is. If you don't want to leave, if you're one of the people who think, well, if I can't leave, I will leave. I want to leave. Then you got to meet somebody who's going to want to leave. Because I'm telling you, some people don't like leaving their neighborhood, let alone the country, state, city. Got a lot to consider. This is just the beginning. The road's getting tougher. If we in the end times, oh baby. From the nude world to the new world. Change the O and OF to old. Old fans. Only fans to oldie fans. Golden era. As the world turns. Yeah. It's not getting worse. The virus is eating itself. We were born in worse. The United States was never a functional society. We lose track of that. Listen to the narrative of people justifying their robbery and occupation of our land. So the thing that's running out or not working anymore is the spirit that allowed that to occur for so many years. So in the same hand, just like anything, law, rhythm, law of correspondence. You're losing grip with a certain reality that we took for granted or assumed will always be there. You're also gaining something. You know? You're not just, you're losing the way it was, but I mean, really think about the way it was. It was fucked up and goofy. It wasn't easier. It was just less, overtly fuck you, There's a chance. Now it's like they're taking all the chances away. And now everyone's responding to that story. That's been my story my whole life, though. That's not a new story for a person like me. Those are the variables I've been facing. So it happening to everyone else is just proof that the system is corrupt, it's cooked. And what outcome do we wish or hope for such a thing that killed all my ancestors? I don't know. But me personally, if I had to vote, I'd be like, the best thing that's happening is what's happening. This is the system that robbed my family, my bloodline, my tribe, my nation. Like, everything that's falling apart, all the beliefs, all the ways, and all the norms, and all the voting, and all the working, that's the excuse for all of this to be here. So the excuse for that system that did what it did here to be here, it's running out of fucking excuses to be here. And if we live in the quote unquote end times of that equation, which would be our current generation's end times of colonization, then what gets worse? It kind of like those sentiments is and when it's written or read by other people who are not home. I get what the fear is. I'm home. I'm exactly where God made us. A third party getting the fuck up out my face and losing control of the shit that ain't theirs. That spells freedom. Are we ready for that freedom? No. We have systems in place to know exactly what to do when that happens? No. But if we're looking at a timeline, like what's going to happen, I'm looking at the weapons formed against me no longer prospering against anyone else. So what's wrong? The meantime, right? Like, oh, what am I supposed to do now under colonialization and occupation? While the occupier and colonizer is losing all of their storehouses. Well, I mean, since you want to pick up a gun and shoot him in the fucking face, I mean, you just sit down and shut the fuck up somewhere. They'll run out of energy eventually. And then you'll just start fantasizing and imagining and dreaming and journaling to the reality you find yourself in when that is true. Because that's what's going to happen. Absolutely. There's a time and place for everything. God controls the seasons, not them, not their AI, not their data centers. It's a time for war, it's a time for peace. It's a time for these fuckers to be in my face. It's a time for these fuckers to be out the fuck my face. I feel like we're getting closer to that time. We're getting closer to the part where I can mind my fucking business because ain't no one else in it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are all benefits. They're just not, you just can't cash them in yet because you're still in the transitional time period in which you still have to pay rent. No, trust me, I understand everything about math and science and the economy. But all the signs are pointing towards freedom. What they're trying to make for bad, God uses for good. So they're trying to do digital ID, Social Security, AI, watch all your things, blah, 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 blah. That sound like cope. They only hope they could pull that off. They ain't got computers fast enough or smart enough to do some dumb shit like that. Let alone to skip to Judge Dredd or something. Like, make it please. So, as they're running out of time with that degree, with the AI bubble that will pop, they'll be even more vulnerable. And they're short on good ideas after that to run another 10-year Ponzi, so have fun with that shit. While they're at 70, the people are 50 and 60 now, so no. It ain't going up. Their kids aren't, so it's not, it's not a continuation at this point. This is a breaking point. This is a chasm in the hegemony. There's a chasm in the fucking narrative. There's a chasm in the society as a whole. It's a chasm. It's divide and conquer, really, but it's a spiritual divide and conquer. Now, that's what I've been paying attention to. It's like they're not responsible for this. This is something supernatural, whether it's edged on by bad rituals, witchcraft, God, and the devil itself. I don't know, but I know it's in that box. It's definitely on that side of the table. Like, whatever's undoing this spell, that's what it's doing. It's undoing a very old, archaic, arcane, evil, mind-wiping, amnesia type of society-wide program. And it worked for a little while. And now it's not. And they don't have another program besides that one. And, they're reverse engineering the severance. They'll let some of it die off and, their power goes with it too. But they're going to make a sacrifice, parasite, to its own host. To keep power, that is. To keep it alive. Whereas this story goes, they die. And every time they try to stay alive, something else gets worse. So it's like, to the degree they struggle, like quicksand, to the degree they struggle to fix it and keep the narrative going, is to the degree in which it's falling apart. So the more they lie, the more it falls apart. The more they invest in the wrong group or the wrong people, the more it falls apart. When they put money over there, it falls over there. They take oil over there, it drops over there. Like, they're at that weird, chaotic part in the game they're playing as a overseer power.